Potter read What If Harry awakened as a Lethifold Animagus at age 7 and hunted Death Eaters through their dreams. If you enjoy this story, please like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more dark Potter what ifs from Potter Read. Chapter 1, The Cupboard's Shadow. The cupboard under the stairs measured 4 feet wide and 3 feet deep, and Harry Potter had measured it many times. He knew the splintered place near the door where the wood had begun to rot. He knew the rusted nail head that pricked his shoulder if he turned the wrong way in his sleep. He knew, by long practice, the exact angle at which a thin strip of light from the hallway would fall across his face when Aunt Petunia forgot to switch off the lamp before bed. Tonight there was no light. Tonight there was no sound except the heavy scrape of his own breathing and the distant tick of the kitchen clock, which seemed to hammer at his temples. His ribs hurt. His left eye was swollen so badly he could only see out of the right. Somewhere on the back of his head a small, hot weight throbbed where Vernon's class ring had caught him. The taste in his mouth was iron and salt and something older that he did not have a name for. He had not cried. That was the small triumph he allowed himself, lying there in the dark. He had not given Vernon the satisfaction. He had bitten his tongue until it bled, and then he had bitten it again, because the pain in his mouth was something he had chosen, and the pain in his head was something done to him, and he had wanted there to be a difference. The freakish thing had not been his fault. The casserole dish had simply leapt off the counter, the way the schoolmaster's toupee had once leapt off the schoolmaster, the way the glass at the zoo had once leapt out of its frame for Dudley's snake. Harry had been standing 5 feet away with both hands behind his back. He had been thinking, with quiet hatred, that he would like very much for Aunt Petunia to drop her precious Le Creuset on her own bony foot. Then the dish had gone up, and turned in the air, and come down with a wet shattering noise, and Petunia had screamed. Vernon had come in from the garden with his face the color of a brick. Harry pressed his forehead against the cool wood of the cupboard wall and tried to slow his breathing. He had read once in a library book that thinking about a calm color helped. He pictured blue. He pictured the pale blue of the sky over the playground at break time, when no one was looking and he could lie in the long grass behind the bins and pretend. The blue would not come. What came was the orange red of Vernon's face, and the shimmer of the ring as it swung, and Petunia's small white teeth as she said, very clearly, "Lock him up. He's not going to ruin another thing in this house. He should not be here," he thought. Not in this cupboard. Not in this house. Not on this street with its identical doors and its identical neat lawns. He had come to understand, in the careful way that small clever children do, that he had been put here on purpose. That a story had been told about him before he could speak in his own defense. That the story said, "This boy is not really one of us, and what we do to him does not really count." He thought, very small and clear, "I would like to be somewhere else." Then he thought, with a strange new heat, "I would like them to be somewhere else." The clock in the kitchen ticked. Harry closed his good eye and felt the cupboard shrink around him. He did not understand at first that anything was wrong. He thought he had merely fallen asleep and dropped through into one of the dreams he sometimes had when the bruises were bad, the dream where he was very thin and very long, like a shadow at sunset, and could slip beneath things. The dream had always been a kind of comfort. In the dream there were no doors he could not pass through. In the dream there was no Vernon, because Vernon was a thick stupid noise on the other side of the world, and Harry was made of quiet. But the dream did not have the smell of his own blood in it. The dream did not have the rusted nail. The dream did not hurt. He opened his eye and could not find his face. There was no face to find. There was only a long cool dark expanse where his face had been, like a piece of black silk laid over the floor of the cupboard. He tried to move his hand, and the silk rippled. He tried to take in a breath, and a slow hush of air drew across him like wind across a pond, and he tasted the dust under the cupboard door and the polish on the floorboards in the hall and, very faintly, the lavender soap that Petunia used. He should have been screaming. He understood that, in the small bright back of his mind. A normal child would be screaming. A normal child, finding himself a sheet of darkness on a cupboard floor, would be screaming until his throat tore. Harry did not scream. There was nothing to scream with. He lay very still and listened to himself. His thoughts were intact. They were not lying down on the floorboards with the rest of him. They were folded up tight, the way he folded himself up tight in school when Dudley's gang was coming down the corridor, and they were watching from somewhere just behind the place his eyes used to be. He could feel the rusted nail, but only as a faint pressure, the way a cat feels the pressure of a hand through a doormat. He could feel the wood. He could feel the pulse of warm life on the other side of the wall, 3 pulses, 3 hearts, 3 sleeping breaths, and the knowledge of those 3 pulses settled into him so naturally that he did not even think to be afraid of how he knew. Vernon. Petunia. Dudley. He knew them by the taste of their sleep. A long, slow shudder passed through him, from the place that had been his head to the place that had been his feet. The shudder felt like laughter. It felt like a thing that had been trying to come out for 7 years and had finally found a door. He did not know yet what he was. He only knew that he was no longer in the cupboard in the way he had been in the cupboard a moment ago. He was in the cupboard the way smoke is in a room. He was in the cupboard the way water is in a sponge. He was here and he was not here, and the door, the small and stupid door with its small and stupid lock, was no longer a door at all. He flowed. It was not walking and it was not crawling and it was not sliding. The closest word for it, he thought afterward, was breathing, the way a single breath leaves a body and goes into the air and does not stop being itself just because it has changed shape. The crack beneath the cupboard door was perhaps 1/4 of an inch. It was as wide as a doorway to him now. He came out into the front hall. The hall was cold and stiff and full of Petunia's polish. He felt the chill of the linoleum the way he had once felt the warmth of the sun on his face, not as a temperature but as information. He felt the dim porch light bleeding under the front door. He felt the faint live-wire hum of the telephone on its little mahogany table. He felt, with a kind of slow astonishment, the soft red glow of his uncle's heart upstairs. He did not have eyes, exactly. He had something better. He had a sense of the shape of things, the way a blind fish in a deep cave knows the shape of a stone. He had a sense of where life was. Vernon was a heavy red lump under a duvet. Petunia was a thinner, higher, paler thing curled away from him on her side of the bed. Dudley was a slow round mound in another room, breathing through an open mouth. Harry, who had no mouth, smiled. He did not move toward the stairs. Something deeper than thought said to him, "Not yet. Not like this. Not when you do not know what you are." He was aware, in the way a young hawk is aware of how to hold its wings, that there was something he could do here that would be very bad. Something he could do that would be irreversible. He felt the readiness of it the way a hand feels the weight of a knife it has not yet decided to pick up. He flowed back instead. Under the cupboard door. Into the dark. On the cupboard floor he tried, with a small panicked effort, to find his face again. Nothing happened. He tried to think of his hands, his old, scabbed, bony hands, the hands he used to butter Vernon's toast in the morning. Nothing happened. He tried to think of the way it had felt to be a boy. Nothing happened. Cold rolled through him for the first time. Real cold. The cold of, I have done a thing I do not know how to undo. Then he thought, very carefully, of the nail. The nail had pricked him every night for 2 years. The nail had been the first thing in his life that he had hated for itself, separately from any person. The nail was Harry-shaped in his memory in a way that nothing else was, because every shoulder Harry had ever had been pricked by it. He thought of the nail. He thought of his shoulder. He thought of the small sharp wakeful pain of it. And he came back. It was like falling from a great height into himself. His arms came back first, heavy and tingling. Then his legs. Then his ribs, which immediately remembered they had been kicked. Then his face, which immediately remembered it had been struck. He gasped, and his throat was a real throat and the gasp was a real gasp, and he curled up on the cot and pressed both hands over his mouth so that no sound would carry through the wall. He lay there for a long time. He did not sleep again that night. When the first grey light came under the door, Harry sat up slowly and looked at his hands in the dimness. They were small and thin and dirty. They had a scratch along the back of one knuckle from where he had caught it on the cupboard's iron hinge a week ago. They were, in every way he could see or feel, his own ordinary hands. He turned them over. He looked at the lines on his palms. He thought, I am a boy. I am also that. I am both. The thought did not frighten him as much as he felt it ought to. He noticed the absence of fear and considered it carefully, the way a child sometimes considers a missing tooth, working the empty socket with his tongue. He had been afraid of so many things for so long. He had been afraid of Vernon's hand and Petunia's voice and Dudley's friends and the schoolmaster's pity. He had been afraid of every closed door in this house. There had been so much fear in him that there was hardly any room for him in his own skin. This new thing, this long cool other shape, did not feel like another reason to be afraid. It felt like a door inside him that opened the wrong way. A door that opened away from the cupboard. It felt like the first thing in his life that was only his. Petunia opened the cupboard at 6:30. Up, she said. She did not look at him. She had stopped looking at him years ago, when looking at him had become inconvenient. Bacon. Don't burn it. Harry slid past her into the kitchen. His ribs sang with each step. He could feel the fading bruise under his eye like a soft hot coin. None of it bothered him in quite the way it had bothered him yesterday. There was a quiet new place inside him, somewhere just behind his sternum, and the place was watching. Vernon came down to breakfast in his dressing gown, smelling of yesterday's wine, and read his paper without looking up. Dudley came down in his school uniform, which was already too tight in the shoulders, and immediately complained about the bacon. Petunia fluttered. The kitchen sounded the way it always sounded. Harry stood at the stove and turned the bacon and did not look at any of them. He thought, I have been in your bedroom. I have been a foot from your face. I have known the smell of your sleep. Vernon turned a page. Dudley said, he burned mine. Did not, Harry said quietly. The silence around the table changed. Vernon lowered his paper. The line of his jaw was already going crimson. Harry watched the color come up through the skin under Vernon's chin and thought, dispassionately, of how all of that bright redness was just life. Just the same warm pulsing light he had sensed through the ceiling in the night. Harry did not move from the stove. He set the fork down on the rest. He did not turn around. He thought, very clearly, of the cool dark cupboard floor and the way it had felt to flow. He thought, I could be somewhere else right now. I could be under the table. I could be under the back door. I could be out in the garden under the rosebush. He would not even know which way I had gone. The thought sat in his chest like a small, warm coal. Vernon's hand closed on the back of his neck. Harry did not flinch. It was that more than anything, he thought afterward, that saved him. The not flinching. Vernon had been swinging his arm back, and the swing was already in him, the meat of it already unwinding in his shoulder, when he felt the strange stillness in the small body in his hand. He had been, all his life, a man who took his cues from the people he hit. He had needed them to flinch. He had needed the small gathering up of their bodies, the little hopeful shrinking, in order to know that what he was doing was working. This boy did not gather up. This boy stood at the stove and turned the bacon, with Vernon's hand around the back of his neck, as if Vernon's hand were a curtain in a drafty room. Vernon hesitated. Then he let go. Sit down and eat, he muttered, and went back to his paper. Petunia was staring at Harry now. She was looking at him the way she had not looked at him in years. Her eyes were narrow and bright and she was very pale around the nose. Harry plated Dudley's bacon. He plated Vernon's. He plated his own 3 rashers, a small kindness he had never been allowed to take, and went and sat in his usual corner, and ate slowly, and chewed thoroughly, and looked at no one. After breakfast he was sent to weed the back garden. Aunt Petunia watched him out of the kitchen window with both hands on the rim of the sink. She watched him for a long time. The garden was bright and ordinary. The roses were in their second flush. A starling was carrying a worm to the privet hedge. Somewhere down the road a lawnmower sputtered and caught and began its drone. Harry sat back on his heels in the dirt and looked at his hands and thought. He understood already that he must hide it. He had understood that within 5 minutes of coming back into himself in the cupboard. The thing he had become was a thing the Dursleys would not survive knowing about. He could see Vernon's face very clearly when he tried to imagine telling. He could see Petunia's, which was somehow worse. He could see them, slowly, by stages, deciding what to do about him. He could see the doctor with his small bright torch and his notepad. He could see the orphanage. He could see the men with calm voices and softly closing doors who came to take away children whose parents did not know what to do with them. No. He would not tell. He would not show. He would not even let his face rest in any expression that someone clever might read backward. But he would learn. He would learn this thing that he had become. He would learn it the way he had learned to read, in small secret stolen mouthfuls under the blankets at night, without anyone teaching him. He would learn what he could do, and what he could not do, and what would happen if he tried. And he would never, he thought, be small in this house again. That night Vernon put on his slippers and tramped up the stairs at 10:30, and Petunia tooted around the kitchen and switched off the lights at 11:05, and the house went quiet, and Harry, in his cupboard, lay very still and waited. He waited until the clock in the kitchen ticked over to midnight. He had counted the ticks. He counted everything now. Then he closed his eyes and thought, deliberately, of cool dark silk on a cupboard floor. It came easier this time. There was a small interior lurch, like missing a step on a stair, and then the cupboard fell open around him. Or rather, he fell open. He spread. He knew the splintered place near the door and the rusted nail and the cot's lumpy mattress not as separate things but as the inside of his own new skin. He flowed under the door. The hall was darker than last night. The porch light was off. He could feel the street lamp at the corner as a faint hum in the air, like a weak radio signal. He could feel a dog 3 houses down, dreaming. He went up the stairs. Stairs are a difficulty if you are a boy. They are nothing at all if you are a sheet of dark. He moved up them without any sense of climbing, the way a stain spreads up a wall. He passed Dudley's bedroom door. Dudley was very loud in his sleep. Harry tasted the dream Dudley was having, something to do with cake and a girl at school, very wet and bright and stupid, and tasted, at the center of it, the small steady glow of a child who had never, in any minute of his life, been afraid of the people he lived with. Harry was surprised, briefly, by the bitterness of his own envy. He had thought he had given that up. He moved on. The door to Vernon and Petunia's room was shut. It made no difference. He came under it like a draft. The room smelled of Petunia's perfume and Vernon's feet and the faintly sour aftertaste of an argument an hour old. The two of them lay back to back in the big bed, very far apart for 2 people in a bed. Petunia's bedside light was still on, very low, casting a thin yellow halo over a paperback. Vernon's mouth was open. He was snoring in long uneven gusts, like a faulty bellows. Harry came up the side of the bed. He had no plan. He did not yet know that he had any plan. There was simply a long slow curiosity in him, and underneath the curiosity there was a small bright something that he was afraid to look at directly. He came up onto the duvet. He felt the duvet's heaviness as a soft weight pressing down on him from above, like a person pressing his back against a curtain. He came along the duvet toward Vernon's head. He stopped a hand's breadth from Vernon's face. He could feel Vernon's breath. The breath was warm and stale. It came out of Vernon and met him and slid through him as if he were not there. He could feel, behind the breath, the soft red life inside Vernon's chest. He could feel how easy it would be, the way a boy on a riverbank can feel how easy it would be to push another boy in. His small interior watcher, the one that had set up shop behind his sternum that morning, said, "Not tonight." He did not know yet whether that was a real voice or a voice he had borrowed from somewhere. He listened to it anyway. He hung over Vernon's face for a long time, and he thought, very deliberately, of everything Vernon had ever done to him. He thought of the ring. He thought of the belt. He thought of the time Vernon had held his head under the kitchen tap. He thought of the time Vernon had pulled him off a chair by his ear and his ear had bled for a day. He thought of the small dull constant fact of his own diminishment in this house. He did nothing. He came down off the bed and flowed across the floor and out under the door and along the hall and down the stairs, and when he came back into the cupboard he thought of the rusted nail, and the rusted nail brought him home. There were rules to this thing. He understood that already. He did not yet know what the rules were, and so he set out to find them. For the next 3 nights he stayed close to the cupboard. He learned that he could not pass through glass. The pane of the kitchen window, which he had assumed would be like a door to him, turned out to be a wall. He pressed himself against it and felt the cool flat reluctance of it, the way a wave feels the breakwater. Wood, he learned, was permeable if there was a crack. The cracks did not have to be wide. The cat flap, which the Dursleys had installed in a fit of optimism the year Petunia had brought home a kitten and which had been nailed shut for 3 years after the kitten had bitten Vernon, was for him a wide front door. He learned that he was slow in the open and very fast along walls. Indoors he could move at the pace of a brisk walking adult. Out in the garden he had to bunch and gather himself across the lawn like a living puddle. He learned that the cold did not bother him. He learned that loud sounds, sudden ones, made him contract. He could hold himself flat to the floor and a footstep right beside him would not sense him at all. He learned that he could feel sleeping people brightly and waking ones less so. A waking person, to his new sense, was a kind of glaring lantern that hurt to look at directly. A sleeping person was a candle flame with a beautiful steady reach. He could see all the way into a sleeping person, almost. He could not see into a waking one. The difference fascinated him. He thought about it during arithmetic and got marked down for daydreaming. He learned that he could not stay out for more than perhaps 2 hours at a time without something in him beginning to feel thin. The thinness was not a tiredness exactly. It was more like the way a long-held breath becomes its own pressure. After about 2 hours the world began to taste strange to him, flatter, more silvery, the edges of things smudging together. He learned to come back to the cupboard before that happened. He had no idea what would occur if he stayed out past it, and he had decided, with a small sober gravity, that he was not yet brave enough to find out. He learned that the form was hungry. This was the discovery that frightened him the most. It was not hunger the way a stomach was hungry. The cupboard form had no stomach. It was a wanting that lived at his edges, a kind of low hum that started up the moment he came near a sleeping person and grew louder the longer he hovered there. It had been very loud over Vernon's bed. He had felt his own boundary press toward Vernon's mouth almost without meaning to, the way iron filings will lean toward a magnet. The interior watcher behind his sternum had been the only thing that had stopped him. On the 3rd night he hung over Dudley instead, and he made himself stay there, and he made himself feel the wanting. He needed to know what the wanting was. He needed to know whether it was him or whether it was the form. He needed to know whether, when he was in the form, he was still Harry, or whether he was something that wore Harry like a coat. The wanting, when he leaned into it carefully, was not for Dudley's flesh. It was for what was in Dudley. It was for the soft red live thing inside him. It was for the warmth of him. It was for the fact of him, the sheer isness of his existence, which the cupboard form recognized as fuel. Harry, behind his sternum, said, "No." The wanting did not go away. It became, instead, a thing he could carry. He hung over Dudley for several minutes and he did not take, and the wanting did not consume him, and at the end of it he flowed back down off the bed and out into the hall, and he understood, with a small cold relief, that he was still in charge. He was Harry. The form was a coat. The coat had teeth, but the boy had hands. He filed that away with care. By the end of the first week he had a small private map of number 4 Privet Drive in his head, and the map was nothing like the map Vernon and Petunia carried. Theirs was a map of rooms and possessions. His was a map of cracks and currents. He knew every place a draft came in. He knew which floorboard whined when you touched it from above and which whined only when you touched it from below. He knew where Petunia kept the spare key to the back door, taped up under the lip of the kitchen counter, in a place no adult eye would ever find without crouching. He knew, also, that Mrs. Figg next door was different. He had gone over Mrs. Figg's garden wall on the 5th night, mostly out of curiosity, and found her sitting up at her kitchen table at 1 in the morning with a candle lit and a cup of tea steaming at her elbow. He had hung himself along the inside of the kitchen window, not on the glass, where he could not pass, but along the frame where the wood met the brick, and he had watched her. She had been looking at a book. The book had moving pictures on the page. Harry had seen, very clearly, a small grey and white cat in one of the pictures bat at a bird, and the bird had flown out of the picture and around the page and back in again. Harry had hung very still. Then Mrs. Figg, without looking up, had said, in a soft conversational voice, "There's a draft from somewhere. Can you feel that draft?" Harry had not moved. "Funny old draft," Mrs. Figg had said, and turned a page. Harry had stayed for 1 more minute. Then he had flowed off the window frame and down the back of the wall and across the garden and over his own fence and back to the cupboard, very fast, and had not come out again that night. He thought about Mrs. Figg for a long time afterward. Mrs. Figg babysat him, sometimes, when the Dursleys went somewhere they did not want to take him. Her house smelled of cabbage and cat. She gave him stale Battenberg. He had always thought of her as a stupid old woman. He revised the thought now, slowly, with care. He revised many of his thoughts these days. There was a world, he thought. A world that had moving pictures in books and old women who could feel a draft that did not exist. A world that had, at some point, had his parents in it. He had not let himself think about his parents in years. They had been, in the cupboard's arithmetic, useless. They had failed him. They had died and left him to Vernon and Petunia, and there was no use crying over what was done. He had locked the door on his parents very early. The cupboard form, which had no eyes, made him cry the first time he thought about them properly. He flowed back into himself in the cupboard, after that, and lay there with hot wet stripes on his face for an hour, and could not understand where the tears had come from. In the morning he made the bacon and Vernon read his paper and Petunia drank her tea and Dudley complained about the size of his portion. Harry ate his 3 rashers and looked at no one. Inside himself, in the place behind his sternum, the small bright something turned over once and went quietly to sleep. He thought, while he washed up, "I am not going to do that yet." He thought, while he scrubbed a plate, "I am going to learn." He thought, while he set the plate on the rack, "I am going to be ready." He thought, while he ran the water hot over his small thin scrubbed pink hands, "When I am ready, no door in this world will be closed to me." That afternoon he was sent to the corner shop for a bottle of milk. He took the long way around, past the recreation ground where Dudley's gang sometimes hunted him, and he was not chased today because Piers Polkiss had a cold. He sat on the swings with the bottle of milk between his knees and looked at the world. It looked the same. The slide had its usual rust. The roundabout was still missing 2 of its paintings. A pigeon worked at a chip behind the bin. A woman in a thin blue cardigan walked past with a pushchair. None of it had any idea what he was. He thought, with a sudden grave clarity that surprised him, "I am going to grow up. I am going to learn this thing. One day I am going to meet someone who can teach me what I am, and I am going to make them tell me everything they know. A boy on the next swing kicked off and started pumping. Harry got up, picked up the milk, and went home. That evening Vernon was in a high color about something at work and shouted at Petunia about it for an hour, and Petunia took her revenge on the carrots, and Dudley sat on the floor in the lounge eating crisps out of the bag with a hand permanently attached to it. Harry served the dinner and washed up the plates and was sent back to the cupboard at 8 o'clock with a piece of bread and a cup of weak tea, which was more than he had expected. He ate the bread very slowly. He drank the tea even more slowly. He tried to remember the taste of both, in case he ever needed to remember the taste of being a hungry boy in a cupboard. He thought, I should remember everything from before. From this part. The before part. The part where I was only a boy. He did not yet know why he thought he should remember it. He only knew that there was a line, somewhere in the days behind him, and on one side of the line he had been one thing, and on the other side he was another, and that on the far side of all this learning there was likely going to be another line, and that each one would take a little of the boy and leave more of the other thing in his place. He decided, sitting in the cupboard with the empty cup on his knee, that he would not let the boy go entirely. Not all at once. He would keep some of him. He would keep the part that knew the taste of bread and tea. He would keep the part that had wanted the blue. He would keep the part that had thought, in the little grass behind the bins, that perhaps somewhere there was a garden it would be safe to lie in. He did not have a word for the thing he was about to become. He did not have a word for the thing he was about to do. But he knew, with a certainty that surprised him in a body so small, that he was going to need both the boy and the other thing if he was going to get through what was coming. The other thing alone would be a hunger. The boy alone would be a victim. Together, perhaps, they could be something else. He set the cup on the floor by the cot. He lay down on his side. He pulled the thin blanket up to his chin. He listened to the kitchen clock for a while. Then he closed his eyes and went out under the door. He did not know that there was a name for what he was, or that the name had been spoken in low voices in the back rooms of the Ministry of Magic for nearly 1,000 years. He did not know that there was an Auror in a small office in London with a file marked Lethifold UK sightings that contained exactly one entry, dated 1817, in faded brown ink. He did not know that the Auror had retired 3 years ago and the file had been put in a box in a corridor and forgotten. He did not know that, somewhere very far away, in a small ruined house in Albania, in a room without windows, a thing that had once been a man stirred in its long sleep and dreamed, briefly and uneasily, of a small black shape moving across a child's bed. He did not know that an old man with a long silver beard sat that night in a high tower in Scotland and looked at a little silver instrument that had been quiet for a very long time, and watched a small needle on its face twitch once, and frown, and twitch again, and pause. He did not know that the old man set down his teacup very slowly and watched the needle for nearly an hour, and that the needle did not move again, and that the old man, at last, allowed himself to think that he must have been mistaken. Harry was 7 years old. He had been, for one night and now for many nights, a thing that the wizarding world, had it known he existed in this form, would have called by a name he did not yet know. Some old textbooks would have called it a living shroud. The most recent edition of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them would have called it, with the careful neutral tone of catalogues, a Lethifold. The Aurors who hunted such things in the Caribbean and the Amazon would have called it, when they did not have to be careful about their language, the Soul Eater, or simply the dark that comes for you in the night. Harry did not know any of these words yet. He only knew that there was a door in him that opened away from the cupboard, and that he had walked through it and come back, and that the world, which had been a small and ugly box for the whole of his memory, had become, in one night, very wide indeed. Out in the garden the starling came back for another worm. The lawnmower down the road sputtered and caught. The blue June sky leaned down over Privet Drive, ordinary and bright and not at all worried about what had happened in the cupboard under the stairs. In the cupboard the cot was empty. Under the door, very thin and very long and very quiet, something moved. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, A Boy of Two Forms. The first thing he learned, in the long hidden years between the cupboard and the letter, was patience. Patience had not come naturally to him. He had been a boy who lived inside a small constant injury, and a boy who lives inside a small constant injury thinks always about the next minute, the next door, the next hand. The cupboard form taught him the longer view. The cupboard form did not need to do anything quickly. The cupboard form could lie along a window frame for an hour to watch a candle burn. The cupboard form could spread across the inside of a roof and wait, very still, for the moon to move 3 feet across a tile. After a while of being the cupboard form, it came naturally to the boy as well, even when he was wearing his own face. He learned to wait at the breakfast table with his hands quiet. He learned to wait in school, in a corner of the playground, with his back to a wall and his eyes on the gate. He learned to wait through a beating, when the beating still came, which was less often now, because Vernon had begun to find them, very faintly, less satisfying than he used to, and he learned to wait for the lights to go out in the upstairs rooms after. The second thing he learned was that there was almost nothing in the house of his aunt and uncle that he could not, if he wanted, reach. Petunia's jewelry box on the dressing table was not a problem to him. The little wooden chest in which Vernon kept his confidential letters from his sister and the bills he did not want Petunia to see was not a problem. The biscuit tin on the high shelf, into which Petunia poured the 10-pound notes she meant to use for emergencies, was not a problem. He did not take from any of these. He had no use for what they held. But he opened them all, in the small hours of one or another night, and he learned what was in them, and he was careful to put everything back exactly as he had found it. He read Vernon's letters. He read Petunia's diary, which was very small and very thin and which had been so neglected that the most recent entry was nearly 4 years old. He read every paper in the little chest. He learned, this way, more about Vernon and Petunia in a season than he would have learned in 20 years of being their nephew. He learned which of Vernon's colleagues Vernon was afraid of. He learned which of Petunia's neighbors Petunia hated. He learned that Petunia had once, before she had married Vernon, written a long careful letter to a school in Scotland, asking very politely whether they might consider also accepting her, and that she had received a kind, regretful reply. He held that letter for a long time on the night he found it. The reply was on heavy cream paper, in a green ink that crawled very slightly on the page when he turned it under the lamp. The signature was a name he could not yet read aloud but would come to know very well, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. He put the letter back. He went very quietly back to the cupboard. He lay there for a long time and thought about what it meant that his aunt had written to a school he had never heard of and that the school had said no. He thought, with a small cool surprise, she is one of the people who knows. And then, she is one of the people who hates me because I am one of the things she knows about. It made certain doors inside him shut more firmly. It also, in a strange way, made certain other doors inside him open. He had not understood, before, why his aunt's hatred had a flavor to it that Vernon's did not. Vernon hated him because Vernon was Vernon, and Vernon hated whatever did not fit comfortably in Vernon's small life. Petunia's hatred was different. Petunia's hatred had a weight to it. It had a history. It had been somebody else's hatred first, perhaps, or had been built out of a love that had been refused. Petunia had stood at the kitchen window and watched him in the garden for a long time, after the morning of the bacon, and Harry had begun to understand that she had been watching him not because he was a small dirty boy but because he was somebody else's son, and the somebody else was very far away now, and Petunia could not reach her. He filed that away too. The third thing he learned, in those years, was that he could enter dreams. It was an accident. He had been hanging along the headboard of Dudley's bed one summer night, watching Dudley sleep with the open mouth and the slack hand, and he had let his attention drift inward in the way he sometimes did when he was bored. The cupboard form had a kind of reach that the boy did not. The reach was hard to describe. It was not exactly a touch and not exactly a stare. It was more like the way a leaf, lying on the surface of a pond, can feel the ripples that come from a fish moving underneath. Harry had been letting his reach drift across Dudley's sleeping face when, all at once, the reach caught on something, and he was not above Dudley any more, he was inside Dudley, and Dudley was running. Dudley was running through a long bright corridor in a school that was not Stonewall but was something that Dudley's small slow brain had built out of bits of smeltings and bits of cinema and bits of an advert for a rugby kit. Dudley was being chased. Dudley was being chased by Harry. Harry in the dream was 8 feet tall. Harry in the dream had hands like spades and teeth like a dog's. Harry in the dream said something Harry could not hear, which made Dudley's heart do an absurd terrified flutter, and Dudley swung around a corner and hit a wall of jelly and fell down and woke up. Harry, on the ceiling of Dudley's bedroom, was so astonished that he came briefly out of the cupboard form and was, for half a second, a confused naked boy on a beam in his cousin's room. He flowed back into shape immediately, before Dudley's eyes had focused, and Dudley sat up in bed and looked around with a slack white face, and Harry was already gone under the door. In the cupboard he sat up against the wall with his hands flat on his knees and breathed very slowly. Inside Dudley, he thought. I was inside Dudley. Then, I was the worst thing in Dudley's dream. I was the thing he was afraid of. Then, with a small bright shock that he did not know he had been waiting for, that is something I could choose to be. He went into a great many sleeping people, after that. Not all of them at once. He was careful. He had taught himself, by then, a great many habits of carefulness, and he applied them all to this new ability. He started with safe targets. He went into Mrs. Number 6, whose husband was a late-shift baker, and watched her dream of a holiday in Wales she had taken 30 years ago. He went into the postman, who slept badly, on a long Sunday afternoon when the postman had taken a nap on his sofa, and watched the postman dream of his own father, who was dead. He went into a tabby cat in the garden of number 11 and watched the tabby cat dream of, as far as he could tell, hunting something through tall grass for an extremely long time, with a pleasure he had not known a cat could feel. He learned, by trial, what he could and could not do inside a sleeping mind. He could watch. He could, with effort, change what he watched. He could put a thing into the corner of the dream, a color, a shape, even a face, and the dreamer would react to it as though it had always been there. He could make a dream darker. He could make the air in a dream feel close. He could walk a dreamer's terror into the open and let it stand in the middle of the dream and look the dreamer in the face. He could, if he stayed long enough, leave a kind of imprint on the dreamer that lasted into the morning. The postman, on the Monday after the Sunday afternoon Harry had visited him, was inexplicably unable to walk past number 4 without thinking about his father's hands, and stood in the road for a long time with the post under his arm before he could make himself bring it to the door. He did not, in those early years, do anything bad to anyone with this. He had decided, sitting in the cupboard with the empty cup on his knee on a long-ago night, that he was going to keep some of the boy. The boy was the one who said, "Not yet." The boy was the one who said, "Not Mrs. Number 6." The boy was the one who said, "Not the postman." The boy was the one who said, with a steadiness Harry was sometimes surprised by, "When you do this thing for real, do it to people who deserve it." Harry did not yet know how he would know who deserved it. He thought he would know when he saw it. He thought there would be, somewhere out in the world, a face that would tell him. He read. This was the fourth thing he learned. There were limits to what he could find out by being a sheet of dark in a suburban street. There were other ways to find out the world. He went to the library on Saturday mornings, when he could escape the Dursleys, and he sat in the children's corner with his back to the wall and read whatever he could reach. He read fairy tales. He read myths. He read, when he was 9, a children's book about Egyptian magic that mentioned, in passing, the demon of the night that ate the souls of sleeping pharaohs. He did not believe, immediately, that it was him. But he read it twice. He read everything in the library that mentioned shadows and souls and dreams and the dark. He understood very early that the library did not have what he needed. He understood that there was, somewhere, another library, and that the other library was where he would have to go. He found out how to go on the morning he was 9.5, when an owl came down the chimney at number 4. The owl did not have a letter. The owl was a confused old barn owl that had got lost on a journey somewhere and ended up in the Dursleys' lounge with a broken feather and a great deal of soot all over its breast. Petunia had screamed. Vernon had hit the owl with a poker, and the owl had lurched around the room, knocking a vase off a shelf, before crawling into a corner and staring at all of them with one yellow eye full of injured astonishment. Harry had gone very still in his corner. He had kept his face entirely blank. He had watched Petunia's face, and the way Petunia had not screamed in the right kind of way, and the way Petunia had then said, very quickly, "It's a delivery owl, you stupid man, put down the poker right now." Vernon had put down the poker. Petunia had stared at the owl. The owl had stared back. "Get rid of it," she had said, finally, to Vernon. Vernon had got rid of it. He had got rid of it by opening the back door very wide and using a broom. The owl had taken 3 or 4 hops across the carpet, fluffed itself indignantly, and flown out into the garden and, after a moment, away over the roofs. Petunia had stood at the back door with her arms crossed and watched it go. Her face had been very white. Harry had said, in his lightest little boy voice, "What was that, Aunt Petunia?" Petunia had jumped. She had not, evidently, remembered that he was in the room. "Nothing," she had said. "Nothing at all. It was a stray. It must have come in the chimney. Get a damp cloth, boy, and wipe up the soot." He had got the damp cloth. He had wiped up the soot. He had, while he was wiping up the soot, picked up the very small piece of paper that had fallen out from under the owl's wing when Vernon had hit it with the poker and that had drifted under the edge of the sofa unnoticed. The piece of paper was about the size of his thumb. It was made of a thick paper he had never seen before. There was nothing on it but a number and a name, in a green ink that crawled very faintly when he turned it. The name was Mr. Arthur McNair. The number was 11. He thought about that paper for a long time, in the cupboard, that night. He did not know, yet, what 11 was. He did not know who Mr. Arthur McNair was. He did not know what business an owl had carrying a piece of paper in green ink with a name and a number on it. But he knew, with a kind of cold settling certainty, that the owl had been a delivery owl, and that Petunia had recognized it as such, and that there was therefore in the world an entire postal system that ran on owls, and that the people who ran the postal system on owls were the people who knew about the things he was beginning to suspect about himself, and that one of those people had today, by accident, sent him a name. He kept the paper. He kept it under the loose corner of the lining of the cupboard ceiling, where Petunia would never look. He did not know yet what it meant. He understood only that it might come to mean something. He waited. The fifth thing he learned, and the most important, was Mrs. Fig. He had been coming to Mrs. Fig's for a long time when this happened. He came in his own boy's body, by the front door, because he had to. He sat in her front room and ate Battenberg and did not eat the cake of soap she sometimes confused for shortbread, and he looked at the photographs of her cats on the walls. He had been doing this for years. The cats had always seemed to him to be, in some small and uncomfortable way, watching him in a way that cats did not usually watch boys. Mr. Tibbles, the half-Kneazle, had watched him in a way that had nothing of cat in it at all. Harry had thought, at first, that he was imagining this. He had thought, at second, that perhaps he was not. He had, in his 9th and 10th years, made very careful experiments. He had moved, in his cupboard form, around Mrs. Fig's house at night. He had hung along the picture rail in her front room. He had hung along the inside of her kitchen window. Each time, without fail, Mr. Tibbles had appeared from somewhere, and sat in the middle of the floor, and looked directly at him. Mr. Tibbles had never spoken. Mr. Tibbles had never come closer. Mr. Tibbles had only sat and looked, with the expression of an old soldier who has noticed a strange ship on the horizon and is filing it away for later mention to his superiors. Harry had stopped going into Mrs. Fig's house in the cupboard form, after a while. He understood that he was being seen. He understood that being seen was, for the moment, all that was happening. He thought it was important to keep it that way. Mrs. Fig, in her own right, had begun to talk to him a little differently in those years. She had begun to ask him, in the lazy mid-afternoon way of an old woman with nothing better to do, small odd questions. Did he ever feel a draft in his cupboard? Had he ever had any funny dreams? Had he noticed how warm the kitchen at number 4 had become last September? Did he like cats? Did he know which way was north? He had given her small odd answers. No, he hadn't really felt drafts. Yes, sometimes he had funny dreams, but didn't everybody? The kitchen had been warm because Petunia had been baking. Yes, he liked cats. North was that way, more or less. He had given her the answers a small unremarkable boy would have given. He had been small and unremarkable for her, with great care, every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon, for 2 years. She had watched him with eyes that were not quite as dim as he had once thought. The last summer before the letter came, Mrs. Fig had sat across from him at her kitchen table and said, very carefully, looking at her tea, "You're a good boy, Harry." Harry had said, "Thank you, Mrs. Fig." She had said, still not looking up, "You're going to have a difficult few years, I think." "I have a difficult few years already," he had said, and she had smiled, painfully and small, and had said, "Yes, I know. I know you do. I am sorry about that." He had not said anything to that. He had eaten the Battenberg. She had said, "When the letter comes, you must take it. Whatever they say." He had not asked her what letter. She had not told him. They had sat there in her kitchen for a long time, with her cats arrayed around their feet like a small council, and Harry had understood, with a great calm in him, that he had at last found, in this old woman with her stale cake, the first person in his life who knew at least a part of what he was. When he had got up to go, she had said, almost in passing, "Be careful in your dreams, Harry. Some of them are rooms with doors in them. Not all the doors are yours to open." He had stopped at her kitchen door. He had turned around. He had looked at her. She had been looking back at him, with a small steady look, and her eyes had not been dim at all. "All right, Mrs. Fig," he had said. He had walked home very slowly that afternoon. He had thought about her words for a long time. He had thought, she knows about the dreams. She knows. But she does not know about the cupboard form. She would have said something different if she did. She would have spoken differently. She would not have said, "You are a good boy." She would have said, "Run away." He had thought, I will keep the cupboard form to myself. I will keep it to myself for a very long time, even from the people who think they know. He had thought, with a small warm interior smile that nobody saw, that is going to be useful. The Hogwarts letter, when it came on the 1st of August in his 11th year, in an envelope of heavy yellow parchment with a green wax seal on the back, addressed in green ink to, Mr. H. Potter. The cupboard under the stairs 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Vernon had gone the color of an aubergine. Petunia had sat down very suddenly on a chair and put her hand to her mouth. Dudley had snatched the envelope and Vernon had snatched it back, and Vernon had stood in the kitchen with the envelope in his hand, breathing through his nose, for a long count of seconds. Harry had stood at the stove with the bacon spitting in the pan. He had not moved. He had been waiting for this morning for nearly 4 years. "Give it to me," he had said, very quietly. Vernon had looked up. Vernon had looked at him as if he were a stranger. "Give it to me," Harry had said again. He had not moved. He had kept his hands on the spatula and the pan handle. He had kept his face entirely empty. He had simply asked for what was his. Vernon had laughed. It had been a high, cracked, unfunny laugh. "Yours?" Vernon had said. Yours, you ungrateful little freak? You think this is yours? Yes, Harry had said. Well, you're not going to have it, Vernon had said. He had torn the envelope across, very slowly, in front of Harry's face. He had held the two halves out in his fists and torn them again. He had torn them 3 times. Then he had taken the pieces over to the bin and dropped them in. Harry had not moved. Vernon had laughed again. Vernon had looked, for a moment, very pleased with himself, as if he had just won an argument that had been going on for a very long time. He had picked up his briefcase and his keys from the counter. He had said to Petunia, "Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I'll talk to whoever it is when I get home." He had gone out the back door to his car. They had heard the engine start. They had heard him reverse out of the drive. In the kitchen Petunia had sat very still on her chair, with her hand to her mouth. Harry had turned off the bacon. He had put the spatula down. He had walked across the kitchen to the bin. He had reached into the bin, with his bare hand, and he had taken out the 4 torn pieces of the envelope and the 2 torn pieces of the letter inside. He had laid them out on the counter. He had begun to fit them together, the way one fits together a jigsaw puzzle. Petunia had said, in a small thin voice, "Harry." He had not looked at her. She had said, "Harry. Please. You don't understand." He had looked at her then. He had looked at her with his green eyes that were not quite lilies, and he had said, very evenly, "Aunt Petunia, I have understood for a very long time. You only thought I didn't." She had not had anything to say to that. He had finished fitting the letter together. He had read it. He had read it twice. It said, "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confide, of Wizards, Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." He had looked at the date on the letter. He had looked at the date on Petunia's wall calendar. He had looked back at the letter. "Aunt Petunia," he had said. "This says the letter was supposed to come a week ago." Petunia had not answered. "Aunt Petunia," he had said. "Have you been intercepting them?" Petunia had still not answered. She had folded both hands in her lap. She had looked down at her hands as if she had never seen them before. He had stood at the counter for a long time with the pieces of the letter under his palms. He had thought, she has been intercepting them, and Vernon has been helping her, and they have been hoping that if they tore them up enough I would not go. He had thought, that is interesting. He had thought, but the letter has come. The letter is here. The letter is mine. He had thought, with a small clean cold pleasure, and there is going to be a man with a key, soon. There is always a man with a key, in stories. There is going to be somebody coming, because the letter has not been answered, and they will have noticed by now that it has not been answered, and somebody is going to be sent. He had folded the pieces of the letter very neatly. He had put them in his pocket. He had gone back to the stove and turned the bacon back on. He had finished cooking the breakfast. He had served Petunia her tea. He had eaten his 3 rashers. That night he had gone out, in the cupboard form, and he had spread himself along the inside of the front porch, and he had waited. He had waited for 2 nights. On the 3rd night he had felt it at last, a great slow warm pulse coming up the road, much bigger than any pulse he had ever felt before, the size and weight of a small house. He had drawn himself in tight and small along the porch frame and watched, with a feeling in him that he had never quite had before, as the enormous shape of a hand had come up the path and onto the front step. The hand had knocked on the door. The whole house had jumped. Vernon had come to the door in his dressing gown with the poker in his hand. The hand on the doorstep had opened, and a face had come down to meet Vernon's, and the face was the largest and most bearded face Harry had ever seen, and the face was already smiling, in a slightly nervous, slightly hopeful way, at the small dark front hall behind Vernon. The face had said, in a voice that filled the porch and the hall and the cupboard, "Sorry Abu, the hour. I've come for Harry." Harry, on the porch frame, had felt something inside him that was both the boy and the cupboard form open up at once, like two doors swinging back from a hinge in his chest, and he had thought, with a great singing certainty, There he is. The man with the key. The man with the key was called Rubeus Hagrid. Harry knew his name within 10 minutes, because Hagrid said it 3 times in those minutes and shook Harry's whole arm up to the shoulder when he did. Hagrid was the keeper of grounds and keys at Hogwarts. Hagrid had a great pink umbrella and a coat of black hair and small bright black eyes that were watering for some reason that had nothing to do with the porch light. Hagrid had walked into the front hall as if the hall belonged to him. Vernon had attempted to bar the way. Hagrid had picked Vernon up by the lapels of his dressing gown, gently, without any apparent effort, and had set Vernon down again about a foot to the left, and had walked past him into the lounge, and had, by sitting on it, broken the sofa. He had also brought a cake. The cake was iced in a green that did not match the green of the letter, and said "Happy Birthday Harry" in pink, although Harry's birthday had been 3 days ago. He had not had a cake before. Petunia had stayed standing in the kitchen doorway with both hands at her throat. Dudley had come halfway down the stairs in his pajamas and had then gone back up, very quickly, when Hagrid had looked at him. Hagrid had said, "Well, Harry." Harry had said, "Hello. I'm Hagrid," said Hagrid. "Keeper o' keys and grounds at Hogwarts." "Yeah, know about Hogwarts, oh, course." "No," Harry had said, very politely. He had decided already that he was not going to volunteer anything. "What?" Hagrid had said. He had turned, slowly, on Vernon and Petunia. "Yeah, Don, no? Yeah, Don, know about Hogwarts?" "I never told him," said Petunia, faintly. "We never told him. We weren't going to have anything to do with that lot." Hagrid's eyes had gone almost completely small in his great red face. "Yeah, never told him. Yeah, never told the boy anything, . We told him his parents were drunks," Vernon had said, with a flicker of his old courage, from behind the broken arm of the sofa. "And that they died in a car crash." There had been a moment in the lounge when Harry, who was the only one not standing or sitting still, had been very glad indeed that he had not given Vernon any of his real face for the last 4 years. He had felt the cupboard form rise up inside him like a kettle coming to the boil. He had pushed it back down with both interior hands. He had said, in his most ordinary boy's voice, "Did they die in a car crash?" "No," Hagrid had said. He had been looking at Vernon and Petunia in a way that suggested he was deciding what shape he might prefer them to be in by morning. "No, Harry. Your parents did not die in any car crash." He had told Harry, then, in the lounge of number 4 Privet Drive, with a half-broken cake on his great knee, the entire story. He had told it badly. He had cried in places. He had used many words Harry did not know. He had referred several times to a person whose name he could not bring himself to say, and had then, finally, with great effort, said it, Voldemort. He had told Harry that Voldemort had killed Harry's parents. He had told Harry that Voldemort had then tried to kill Harry. He had told Harry that the curse had bounced off Harry, somehow, and had killed Voldemort, somehow, mostly, and that Harry was very famous in the wizarding world for being the boy who had survived this. He had reached out, with one enormous trembling finger, and pushed back Harry's fringe to show Harry the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, which Harry had been told all his life had come from the same car crash that had killed his parents. Harry had sat very quietly while he was told all of this. He had been told a great many lies in his life. He had a sense, by now, of when he was being told the truth. He was being told the truth. He had thought, very quietly, while Hagrid had cried, there is a man somewhere, called Voldemort, who killed my parents. The man is mostly dead, but he is also not entirely dead. The world I am about to step into knows about this man and is afraid of him. I have a scar on my forehead because of him. He had thought, I am going to go into this world. I am going to learn what it knows. I am going to find out where this man is now. And then, when I am ready, I am going to go and find him in his sleep. His face, while he had thought this, had been the face of an 11-year-old boy hearing a sad story. The cupboard form, deep inside him, had said, very softly, somewhere behind his sternum, yes. He had eaten a slice of the cake. He had gone with Hagrid the next morning. He had not said goodbye to Vernon. He had not said goodbye to Petunia, exactly. He had paused at the kitchen door, with his small bag, and he had looked at her, and he had said, in a voice that was just for her, Aunt Petunia. Why did you write to him? Petunia had gone very white. Why did you write to Dumbledore? Harry had said. When you were a girl. Why did you ask him to let you in? Petunia's hands had clenched. I am asking, he had said. I would like to know. She had looked at him for a very long time. She had looked at him as if she were seeing somebody else. She had said, finally, very quietly, because I wanted to be like her. He had said, like my mother. Yes. And you couldn't. No. And so you have hated me, he had said. Because I am her son and I am like her. And I can do the thing you wanted to do, that you couldn't do. Petunia had said nothing. All right, he had said. Thank you for telling me. Goodbye, Aunt Petunia. He had walked out into the front hall to where Hagrid was waiting with the umbrella over one shoulder. He had not looked back. He had not, at any point in the rest of his life, ever set foot in number 4 Privet Drive again. The morning was warm and grey and the road was empty, and Hagrid walked beside him with the umbrella tapping along the pavement in a slow steady beat. Behind them the door of number 4 shut with a small dry click. Ahead of them the world began. Right, said Hagrid. Diagon Alley. You'll need your school things. We'll get your wand. Maybe a familiar, eh? Hagrid, Harry said. What's a Lethifold? Hagrid stopped walking. He stood in the middle of Privet Drive with his great bulk and his great umbrella and looked down at Harry as if Harry had just said something in a language Hagrid had not known he understood. The morning light came up over the roofs and put a long thin shadow of Hagrid all the way across the road. Now where, Hagrid said, very slowly, did ye hear that word? Harry shrugged. He kept his face entirely small and entirely innocent. I read it somewhere. In a book. In a book, said Hagrid. Right. Right. He started walking again. He walked a little faster than before. Bad business, them. Bad business. Yeah, Don want ter know about Lethifolds, Harry. They live in hot places. Down in the swamps and the jungles. Yeah, kill 'em with a Patronus charm if ya can manage one, and if ya can't, well. Well. He swallowed. There's not very many people manage 'em. What do they do? Said Harry. Eat ya, said Hagrid. Eat ya in your sleep. Don leave a trace. They come over ya in the dark and they smother ya, and they take, well, they take everything ya are. There's nothin' left. Not even a body. He shook his head. Awful things. Awful. But like I said, they don't come to England. Not since we cleaned 'em out, oh, hundreds of years ago. Yeah, don't need to worry about Lethifolds at Hogwarts. Oh, said Harry. He was careful to make the "oh" small and a little disappointed, in the way an 11-year-old boy would make it if he had been told he would not get to see a dragon. All right. Hagrid looked at him sideways. Hagrid was not a clever man, but Hagrid was not a stupid one either, and there had been something in the small nothing special tone of Harry's voice that had made Hagrid, very briefly, uncomfortable. "Yeah, shouldn't dwell on things like that, Harry," Hagrid said. "There's enough good in the world to keep your mind on." "Yes," said Harry. "I'm sure there is." They walked on. In Harry's chest, behind his sternum, the small bright something turned over and looked at the morning and was, for the first time in a very long time, quietly almost happy. Cleaned them out, he thought. Hundreds of years ago. He smiled, very small, at the pavement. Maybe not all of them, he thought. Maybe you missed one. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Letter and the Wolf. Diagon Alley smelled of cinnamon and damp wool and the small high tang of wax candles burning in too many windows. It was the first time in his life Harry had walked into a place that had been built for people like him. He understood that within the first 10 paces. The cobbles under his shoes were uneven in a way that was not lazy paving but a habit of building. The shop signs were not arranged for anyone in a hurry. Owls slept upside down on string in pet shop windows. 3 very small witches in robes the color of rust were having an argument in front of a stack of cauldrons over the price of pewter. A boy his own age was leaning against a wall with both hands cupped around a small drifting flame that he was, by the look on his face, trying to keep alight without using his wand. Hagrid clapped Harry on the shoulder, and Harry's whole frame lurched forward an inch. "Welcome to Diagon Alley, Harry," Hagrid said. He sounded suddenly proud, as though he were responsible for the alley personally. Harry kept his face small. He kept his eyes large. He had practiced this face all his life. He let his mouth open the smallest necessary amount. He let his eyes go from the apothecary window to the broomstick shop to the gleaming white front of Gringotts up the street, and back, and up. He gave Hagrid the face of a boy who has just stepped through a door he had not, until this morning, known existed. He did not give Hagrid the face of a boy whose other body, for the last 4 years, had been listening at the seam between the world he came from and the world that was, somewhere out there, run on owls and green ink. He did not give Hagrid the face of a boy who had been waiting, with a long quiet patience, for exactly this street. Inside himself, behind his sternum, the cupboard form moved, slow and interested, and looked at the alley the way a hawk looks at a meadow. "Right," said Hagrid. "Money first. Then your wand. Ya need a wand." They went to Gringotts. The goblins did not look at Harry the way they looked at Hagrid. The goblins looked at Harry, briefly, the way certain very old men look at certain very young men, with a small flicker of recognition that they neither chose to share nor entirely understood. Harry took note of it. The goblin behind the counter checked Hagrid's key, and the goblin behind that goblin checked another key, a smaller, blacker one, marked Hogwarts business, and they were sent down in a screaming little cart through stone tunnels lit by torches that did not flicker, to a vault that turned out, when its door swung open, to contain heaped piles of gold coins that Harry was told had been put aside for him by his parents. He stood at the door of the vault and looked at the gold. He did not feel about it the way Hagrid evidently felt he ought to feel. "Your mum and dad didn't leave ye nothin'," Hagrid said. He blew his nose into a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth. "It was all in trust here, yeah, see. They'd been savon all their lives, your mum had. There's all sorts in there. Books, and things. We won't bother with that today. Just take what ye need." Harry took what he needed. He let Hagrid show him how. He filled a small leather pouch with galleons and sickles and nuts and let it weigh his hand. He thought, while he was doing it, about Petunia. He thought about her diary, which had stopped 4 years ago. He thought about the kind cream-and-green refusal letter from Dumbledore. He thought about the 100 small joyless economies of number 4, the 10-pound notes in the biscuit tin, the second-hand uniforms for Dudley because Vernon could not bring himself to spend full price on a child his sister-in-law had once said was getting fat. He thought, my parents had this much money in a vault under the ground for me, and they let her keep me in a cupboard. The cupboard form, behind his sternum, said nothing. The cupboard form was patient. The cupboard form did not need to make every grievance into a knife. It put grievances into a long quiet drawer and shut the drawer and waited. He climbed back into the cart with his pouch. There was a second stop. Hagrid had a small grubby letter to deliver to Vault 713. The cart rattled them down even further into the rock. Hagrid was sweating, which in Hagrid was a feat. The vault, when the goblin at last ran his finger down the door, opened on nothing but a small grimy package wrapped in brown paper, sitting in the middle of an empty floor. Hagrid took the package. Hagrid put the package inside his coat. Hagrid did not, when Harry asked very lightly what it was, say anything other than, "Hogwarts business, Harry. Top secret." Harry did not press. He looked, instead, at Hagrid's coat pocket, very briefly, with the kind of small interior reach he had been practicing on Mrs. No. 6 dreams for 2 years. He could not, of course, get into Hagrid's coat pocket from the body of an 11-year-old boy walking up a stone tunnel. But he could feel, for half a second, that there was something in Hagrid's coat pocket that had a kind of low warm hum to it. Something small and old and not entirely asleep. He filed that away. They went up. They went out. Harry was bought a wand. Ollivander's was a thin shop with a thin counter and stacks of long thin boxes climbing every wall to a ceiling lost in cobwebs. The bell rang when they went in. Nobody came. They stood at the counter for what Harry's old life would have called a long time, and what his new life would come to know as quite a normal stretch of Ollivander silence. Then a soft step came round the back of the shop and Mr. Ollivander was there, very pale, very white-haired, with very pale eyes that came up to Harry's face at once and did not leave it. "Mr. Potter," Mr. Ollivander said. "I had begun to wonder when I would be seeing you." "Hello, Mr. Ollivander," said Harry. He gave Mr. Ollivander the small polite face of a boy who has been raised to be polite to old men in shops. He had not been so raised. He had been raised in a cupboard. But he had read. Mr. Ollivander's eyes did not move. They sat on Harry's face like two thin pale moths. After a moment Mr. Ollivander said, in a softer voice, "It seems only yesterday your mother and father were in here, buying their first wands." Harry inclined his head. Ollivander told him about his father's wand. Ollivander told him about his mother's wand. Ollivander told him, with the particular gentle pleasure of a man for whom these were craftsman's facts and not other people's tragedies, that the wand which had given Harry his scar had been a yew, 13½ inches, with a phoenix feather core, and that the feather had come from a bird whose other feather had gone into a different wand, which Ollivander expected was, by some unfortunate circumstance, also of interest to Harry today. "Yes," said Harry. He put the smallest amount of polite curiosity into the word. "Where is that wand now, Mr. Ollivander?" Ollivander's pale eyes flickered. "I wouldn't know, Mr. Potter." "Of course," said Harry. "I beg your pardon." He gave Ollivander a very small apologetic smile, the smile of a boy who has asked a question one ought not to ask. Ollivander watched the smile arrive and depart on Harry's face. Ollivander, then, began to bring out boxes. The wand trying took a long time. Wands seemed to dislike Harry, on the whole. Some of them gave a small protesting spark when he touched them. Some of them did nothing at all. One of them, a long piece of cherry, flicked out of his hand and rapped sharply on the counter as if it were trying to climb back into its box. Ollivander grew, with each box, more interested. He began to mutter to himself. He brought out boxes from increasingly high shelves, and from a back room Harry had not noticed, and at one point from beneath the counter. Then he stopped, in the middle of the shop, with a thin frown forming between his white brows, and he looked at Harry, and he said, very softly, "I wonder." He went to a very narrow box on a very high shelf. He brought it down. He blew dust off it. He laid it on the counter. He opened it. The wand inside was holly, 11 inches, slim and pale. "Try it," said Ollivander. Harry picked it up. The wand warmed in his hand at once. It was not, he understood at once, the way the others had been. It did not buck. It did not spark. It did not refuse him. It simply, on contact, felt as though it had always been his hands. A little wind moved in the closed shop and lifted the dust off the counter in a soft golden curl. Hagrid said, "Oh, well done." Ollivander did not say anything. Ollivander was looking at Harry with an expression that was new on his face. The pale eyes had narrowed, very slightly. The mouth had gone, very slightly, thin. "Curious," he said. Harry looked up. "Curious," Ollivander said again. "Curious how the wand has chosen you." He paused. He did not, evidently, want to say what he was going to say next. He said it anyway. "This wand," he said, "has a phoenix feather core." The phoenix in question gave only one other feather. He let that sit in the air for a moment. "And yet," he said, "this wand and you, Mr. Potter, are not the only ones in my shop today who have, called my attention. Forgive me. Forgive an old man's curiosity. Have you been," and his pale eyes went over Harry's face once more, slow and thorough, "well? In yourself?" Harry let his mouth open very small. He let his eyes go round. "In myself, sir," he said. "Yes," said Ollivander. "Sometimes, Mr. Potter, an old man like me notices things that perhaps it is not his business to notice. Forgive me. Have you been sleeping, Mr. Potter?" "Yes, sir," said Harry. "Always in your own bed?" Harry let exactly the right amount of childish confusion come into his face. "Where else would I sleep, sir?" Ollivander's eyes flickered. "Ah," said Ollivander. "Of course. Forgive me." He smiled, suddenly, with a small warmth that Harry mistrusted. "An old man's question. Pay it no mind. 7 galleons, please." Harry paid for the wand. He thanked Ollivander politely. He turned to go. At the door, with Hagrid already a step out into the street, Ollivander said behind him, very quietly, "Mr. Potter." Harry paused. "Be careful," Ollivander said, "with what you let into your own dreams." Harry did not turn around. He did not give the old man his face. He nodded, once, at the door, as if at a piece of polite advice he would consider later, and he walked out into the noise of the alley. In his chest, the cupboard form coiled tight and watched. He had been seen, again. Twice now, by different watchers. Mrs. Figg in her kitchen. Mr. Ollivander in his shop. He understood that there were, in the world he was now stepping into, more such watchers, and that he would have to be more careful in the world than he had been at home. He understood also that the things that were seeing him were seeing only a piece of him. They were seeing the dreams. They were not seeing the cupboard form itself. The cupboard form had been very, very careful. The cupboard form had not even, at number 4, gone over Mrs. Figg's threshold twice in the same month. The cupboard form had made no marks. Even tonight, when Ollivander had been the most clearly suspicious of all, Ollivander had only asked about his sleep, only about his dreams. That was good. That was very good. He could let them think he was a small strange dreamer. A small strange dreamer who had perhaps inherited from his mother some unusually receptive mind. A small strange dreamer would frighten no one. A small strange dreamer would be helped, if anything. He would let them help him. He would let them teach him. He would be patient. He would be small. He would be polite. He would not show them, not for many years yet, what he could in fact do. He would, while they were thinking of him as a small strange dreamer, make himself the most accomplished small strange dreamer England had ever had. He smiled very briefly at the cobbles. "Right then," said Hagrid, ahead of him. "Cauldron, robes, books. Plenty to do." They did the rest of the shopping. Madame Malkin's, where Harry stood on a stool while a pale boy in expensive robes on the next stool attempted to engage him in conversation about his family and Quidditch and whether Harry's parents were our sort. Harry gave the boy bland smiles and noncommittal nods until the boy, after some 8 or 9 sentences, lost interest and turned back to looking at his own reflection. Flourish and Blots, where Hagrid fidgeted at the door while Harry, with the long quiet attention he had been practicing in libraries for years, went through the school list and quietly added 2 further books that were not on it, a slim grey volume called Common Magical Maladies of the Mind and a thicker dark-bound book called Defensive Magic for the Young Practitioner. He paid for both with the rest. Hagrid did not notice. Hagrid was looking at the rats in the pet shop window across the road. The pet shop. Hagrid had not yet done his birthday present, Hagrid said, and Harry was not to argue. Hagrid had, by the time the door of the shop opened, decided already that the present should be an owl. Owls were useful, Hagrid said. Owls did not bite, the way cats did, and owls did not croak in the night, the way toads did. Owls also, Harry suspected, were what Hagrid would have liked to have been given as a boy himself. Hagrid bought him a snowy owl. The snowy owl looked at Harry with 2 perfect orange eyes and made a small soft noise, and Harry, who had not been given anything in many years, found a small confused warmth in his throat that he had to look away from Hagrid to manage. He named her Hedwig. He found the name in a book he had been reading on the way out of Diagon Alley. He liked the way the name sat in his mouth. Hedwig, in her cage, took it gravely. Hagrid took him to the Leaky Cauldron for lunch. The Leaky Cauldron was full of people who, at the sight of him, fell into a small odd silence that filled with whispering as soon as they thought he was not listening. Tom the barman shook his hand. A trembling old wizard in a turban shook his hand twice. Harry was very polite. He smiled the small expected smile. He answered every question with the small expected answer. He noticed the trembling old wizard in the turban. He noticed him very particularly. The wizard had introduced himself, with a small high stutter, as Quirinus Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts. He had stuttered through some pleasantry about how pleased he was to meet Harry, and Harry had answered politely, and they had shaken hands, and the wizard had pulled his hand back almost at once with a short small breath that he had tried to disguise as a cough. The cupboard form, behind Harry's sternum, had stood up and stared. Because there was something on the wizard. There was something on him in the way there was sometimes, in summer, something on a sheep when you saw it from a distance, a darkness, a wrong place on the wool, that was not part of the sheep. There was something on the back of the wizard's head, under the turban, which was not part of the wizard. Harry could feel it the way he had felt, on a particularly clear night last summer, the small old thing in Mrs. Figg's china cabinet that turned out, when he had got close enough to look, to be a tiny silver compass that pointed, regardless of where you turned it, due south. Quirrell was a man with another thing inside him. Quirrell was a man with a hitchhiker. Harry had given Quirrell a beautiful small polite smile, while Quirrell had stuttered backward. Harry had said, very softly, "It is so good to meet you, sir. I'm very much looking forward to your class." Quirrell had nodded several times and had then suddenly remembered an appointment, and had bowed himself out of the Leaky Cauldron at the sort of pace that, in a man, indicated either incontinence or terror. Harry had watched him go. He had watched the back of the turban all the way to the door. He had watched the way the lump under the turban had, for one bright cold instant, turned around inside its silk to look at him. He had thought, ah. He had thought, that is the man, then. Or at least, that is the man's body. He had thought, with a cold quiet satisfaction in him that was not at all small, I have found you on my first day. Hagrid, eating a pasty on a stool the size of an upturned bucket, had said, bit of a trembler, that one. But a great mind, they say. Great mind. He took a year off, last year, did some travelin'. Came back like that. Lot of people don't come back the same. What did he travel for? Harry had asked. Vampires, I think. Or werewolves. Something. He went down through Romania and across to Albania, I heard. Bit too much of the old country for him, maybe. Spooked himself. Albania, said Harry. He kept his voice mild. Said Hagrid. Harry took a slow long bite of his sausage roll. He thought about a small ruined house in a country he had never seen. He thought about a turban, and what was inside it. He thought, very carefully, about how nothing in this room ought to read on his face. His face read nothing at all. It was after lunch that he excused himself, and Hagrid, full of pasty and ale and protective avuncular feeling, waved him off to look at the apothecary windows for a quarter of an hour while Hagrid sat in the sun outside the cauldron with his eyes shut. Harry walked along the alley. He went past the apothecary. He went past 3 other shops. He turned a corner that he had carefully noted on his way in, into a narrower, darker street that began with a sign saying Nocturne Alley, and was inside it before he was sure he had decided to go. Nocturne Alley was the part of the alley that the alley did not want anyone to look at. The shop signs were lower, here. The cobbles were dirtier. A witch in oily black robes looked up from a tray of what looked like fingernails and stared at him with no expression at all. Harry kept his face entirely small and entirely unremarkable. He was a small bewildered first year who had taken a wrong turn looking for the apothecary. He let himself look that way. He drifted, as if confused, past 2 shops, past a third. He stopped, in the dim, in front of a shop window full of dusty objects, a withered hand on a velvet cushion, a pack of cards that were dealing themselves out very slowly into the same hand of 3 again and again, an old skull stamped with letters that were not English. The window had a name on it, in flaking gold paint, Borgin and Burke's. He stood in front of the window, with his face as small as he could make it, and he let his attention go inside the shop. He could feel 3 lives inside. 2 were sleeping. 1 was awake. The awake one was at the counter. The awake one had a cool tight greasy little hum to it, like a man on the back foot of a deal. Harry kept his face on the cards. He let his attention drift further in. He let it drift up the narrow staircase at the back. He let it drift along an upper corridor. He felt them. They were in a back room. He could not, from this distance, tell how many. 5, perhaps. Perhaps 6. They were awake. They were standing close together. They were murmuring. He could not, from the street, make out words. He could feel the shape of them, though, the way you could feel a room full of dogs through a closed door, tight, contained, watching one another. He could feel one of them, in particular, the way you would feel a man standing in front of an open fire. The one in front of the fire had a hum on him. The hum was a small but unmistakable echo of the same wrong shape Harry had felt on the back of Quirrell's head. The man in the back room of Borgin and Burke's was not the man in Quirrell's turban. The man in the back room was something else. But the man in the back room had been near the man in Quirrell's turban. Recently. Often. Harry, in front of the dusty window, smiled very small and very secretly at the dealing cards. He pretended to be a confused boy. He turned very slowly. He drifted, as if even more confused than before, back up Nocturne Alley, around the corner, into the brighter alley, and along to the apothecary, where he stood in the window and looked at the bezoars for the rest of his quarter of an hour. When he came back to Hagrid he had on his face the small content half-bored expression of a boy who has been looking at school supplies. Hagrid hauled himself up off the bench. They walked back to the leaky cauldron and out into Charing Cross Road and into a London that Harry had never properly looked at before, and Hagrid took him to King's Cross and put him on the late train to Surrey with the address of a small inn the headmaster had arranged for him to stay at in London until the 1st of September, and a ticket for the Hogwarts Express folded in his hand, and a great clumsy cuff on the shoulder that made him stumble 2 steps along the carriage. Then Hagrid was gone, out into the platform crowd, waving with a hand the size of a small dustbin lid. Harry sat down by the carriage window. Hedwig clucked softly in her cage on the seat beside him. The train began to move. He watched the lights of London begin to slide. He thought, very calmly, there is a man. The man has hitchhikers. There are at least 2 pieces of him in England. There are people who know, and people who help, and people who suspect, and a great many people, including the headmaster of my new school, who are pretending nothing is happening because they do not yet have proof. He thought, I have a face nobody is going to suspect. I have a name everybody is going to over-respect. I have a wand whose feather brother is in the back of one of my target's heads. I have a body that the people who know about people like me are looking for in the wrong places. He thought, I am 11 years old. I have a great deal of time. He thought, very small, the term begins on the 1st of September. By Christmas, I want to know where every one of those men in the back room of Borgin and Burke's lives. He thought, very small, by Easter, I want to know where each of them sleeps. He thought, smaller still, as the train rolled out under a long iron bridge into the August night, by next summer, one of them is going to wake up and find that he has not woken up at all. He closed his eyes. In the carriage window, in the faint reflection of the gaslight, the eyes of an 11-year-old boy with a lightning scar were closed. There was nothing strange to see. There was a thin tired child on a train. Hedwig clicked her beak once, very softly, in her cage, as if in agreement. 3 nights later, in the dark of his small clean-in room above Charing Cross, Harry got out of bed in the cupboard form and went, in long quiet flowing motion, out under the door, down the back stairs, into the alley, along the gutter, around the corner, and back into Knockturn Alley. He spent until almost dawn on the rafters above the back room of Borgin and Burke's. Nothing happened. The room was empty. He came back the next night. On the 3rd night, the room was full. He counted the men. He counted 6. He listened to their names. He took those names back to the inn with him. He wrote them, with his new owl's quill and his new ink and his new piece of parchment, on a page he then tore out and folded and slid behind the lining of his trunk. He looked at the names for a long time before he slept. Avery. McNair. Dolohov. Mulciber. Knott. Malfoy. 6 names. 6 addresses, learned from 6 conversations he had hung over the rafters to listen to. 6 maps, beginning. He thought, before he fell asleep on his back in the inn bed with Hedwig sleeping on the windowsill, the wizarding world thinks these men are reformed. The wizarding world is wrong. He thought, the wizarding world also thinks I am a small thin sweet 11-year-old hero. The wizarding world is going to find out, in time, that it is wrong about that, too. He smiled at the ceiling, in the dark. September the 1st came up, after that, very fast. He went to King's Cross with his trunk and his owl, exactly as Hagrid had instructed. He found platform 9 3/4 by following a red-headed family who were arguing about muggles in a voice loud enough to be heard by every muggle on the concourse, which Harry took, charitably, to be on purpose. He thanked them politely. He let the smallest of them, a small thin red-headed boy his own age, ride in the carriage with him. The red-headed boy was called Ron Weasley. The red-headed boy was friendly and a little nervous and had a smudge on his nose. Harry liked him at once. He let himself like him. He let himself, for the first time in a very long time, simply enjoy the company of another small boy his own age, eating sweets out of a paper bag, on a train. He did not tell Ron about the cupboard form. He did not tell Ron about the names in the trunk. He did not tell Ron about Quirrell. He let himself, for those few hours, be the boy. He was the boy until the train pulled into Hogsmeade. Then, on the platform, in the lamplight, with Hagrid waving them all into the boats, the cupboard form woke up inside him, and he was the other thing again, and the other thing looked up the long lake at the great lit shape of the castle on the hill, and the other thing thought, very carefully, very quietly, this is the place where I become what I am going to become. The Sorting Hat sat on his head in the great hall for a long time. It said, in a voice nobody in the hall could hear but him. "Well." Harry kept his hands flat on his knees. "Well," said the hat. "That is unusual. That is most unusual. That is a hungry thing you have in there, Mr. Potter. How long have you been carrying that?" "Since I was 7, said Harry, in the small clean voice he used for himself. Said the hat. "And it has not eaten yet?" "Not yet." "You intend to feed it?" "Yes." The hat seemed to settle further down on his head, with the small interested settling of an old creature in front of a problem that has not been new in some time. "Bravery," the hat said. "Yes, plenty. A great deal of bravery. Plenty of mind, too. You would do well in Ravenclaw. You would astonish them. You would also bore yourself silly within a fortnight. Hufflepuff would love you and you would not love them back. You would learn things in Slytherin that would help you. You would also learn things in Slytherin that would not help you at all." "Then where?" said Harry. "You have already chosen," said the hat. "You chose 4 years ago in a cupboard. You chose a particular kind of courage. The kind that does not need to be seen. The kind that picks up the knife at night and puts it back before morning and does not, in the morning, smile about it. There is a house for that kind of courage. Whatever fashion currently says." "Tell them," said Harry. "Gryffindor," roared the hat. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry stood up very slowly with the hat still half on his head. He set the hat on the stool. He walked across the flagstones to the Gryffindor table with a small open boyish smile on his face. He shook the red-headed twins' hands. He sat down. At the high table he could feel, without looking up, the careful quiet attention of the headmaster, the faint puzzled attention of Professor McGonagall, the sharp black attention of Professor Snape, and the slightly damp uneasy attention of Professor Quirrell. He could feel, behind Quirrell's turban, a thing that had not had a name in his life until 2 weeks ago and now had one. He could feel that thing watching him with a fascination that was not yet quite hatred but was going to become hatred soon. He looked down at his empty plate. He was 11. He was Gryffindor. He was also, in a place under his ribs that nobody in the hall could see, a long dark thin patient thing that had just walked, by its own quiet door, into the very building in which it intended to learn how to hunt. The plates filled themselves with food. Harry began, very slowly, with great pleasure, to eat. The feast went on a long time. Boys around him laughed and told each other their names and asked one another's wand cores and their parents' professions and whether they had seen the moving staircases yet. Harry was politely included. He was more polite than anyone else at the table, in a way that nobody at the table noticed, because he had decided very early that the best way to stay invisible at a table full of children was to be exactly as visible as a child his age and famousness ought to be, a little quieter than some, a little more startled by the moving ceiling than others, neither too bold with a fork nor too shy. He let Ron sit next to him and steal half his roast potatoes. He let a bushy-haired girl across the table from him recite the entirety of Hogwarts, a history at him from soup to syllabub, and he asked her, at the end of it, with what looked like real interest, where one would find the book in the school library. Her face went so bright at the question that he liked her, in his careful way, almost immediately. He looked, at one point, with no particular intention, up at the high table. The headmaster was looking down the long gulf of the hall at him. The headmaster was an old man with a long white beard and the kind of pale blue eyes that, even at 100 yards, seemed to be sitting just behind one's own. Dumbledore had been the man who had refused Petunia's letter. Dumbledore had been the man who had set him in the cupboard. Dumbledore had been the man whose name was on the letter that had at last got him out. Dumbledore was looking at him now over the rim of a goblet with a soft, careful, thoughtful expression that contained none of the awe or the pity Harry had been receiving from everybody else in the hall. Dumbledore raised the goblet to him, very slightly. A small private toast. As if to say, I see you have arrived, and I will see what you do. Harry inclined his head, very small, in return. He thought, with great calm, he is one of the Watchers. He is the largest of the Watchers. He is going to be very interested in me. I am going to have to be very small and very polite and very ordinary for him for a long time. He thought, but you know less than you think you do, headmaster. You wrote a polite no to my aunt. You set me in a cupboard. You did not check on me, those years. You did not know what I was becoming. He thought, very small, with the smallest interior smile, nobody did. He looked back down at his pudding. The cupboard form, behind his sternum, was content. The cupboard form had spent the meal listening to the building. The cupboard form had begun to count the doors. The cupboard form had already noticed, with a long slow professional satisfaction, that nearly every door in the great hall had a finger's breadth gap at the bottom. Hogwarts had not been built, Harry understood, for a thing like him. But Hogwarts had not, when it was being built, been told he was coming. After the feast they were led out of the hall by a tall thin red-haired prefect, Ron's brother Percy, who took the responsibility of leading them up 4 flights of stairs and around 3 corners and through a portrait hole as if he had been entrusted with the safety of the realm, and into the Gryffindor common room, which was a long red and gold room full of squashy armchairs and a fire that did not need anyone to feed it. The first years stood in the middle of the room with their mouths open, and Percy waved them off to their dormitories with the manner of a man who had at last earned a quiet sit-down. Harry's dormitory had 5 beds in it. His was the one nearest the window. His trunk had been brought up by some unseen process while he had been eating. Hedwig was already on the windowsill outside, looking in at him with her 2 perfect orange eyes. He let her in. He fed her an owl treat from the box Hagrid had insisted on. He sat on the edge of the bed. Around him the other 4 boys were all talking at once, in the bright loud way of boys who have, against their own expectations, found themselves in a castle. Ron was telling Seamus Finnegan about the troll his mother had once chased out of the chicken coop. Dean Thomas was unrolling a poster of a football team that nobody else recognized. Neville Longbottom was standing very still in the middle of the room with his trunk at his feet and a look of soft hopeful confusion on his round face, as if he were waiting for somebody to tell him what to do next. Harry, on the edge of his bed, put down his shoes very neatly and folded his uniform robe over the back of the chair. He nodded to Ron when Ron grinned at him. He smiled at Neville and indicated, with a small jerk of his head, the empty bed nearest the door, and Neville's whole face brightened. He thanked Dean for telling him the name of the team. He pulled his curtains shut. In the 4-poster, in the dark, with Hedwig on the bedpost and the small breath of his own dormitory mates in the dark around him, Harry lay very still and looked at the canopy for a long time. He thought, this is the first night in my life that I have been in a bed and not in a cupboard. He thought, with an honest small surprise, it is more uncomfortable than I had expected. He thought, smiling small in the dark, I will get used to it. He waited until the breathing in the room had gone slow and even. He waited an extra 10 minutes after that, to be sure. Then, very quietly, with the smallest interior lurch, he opened the door inside himself and went out under his own bed curtains in the long thin pouring motion he had been practicing for 4 years in another house. The dormitory floor was cold and old and made of a stone that he liked the feel of. The crack under the door of the dorm was generous. The crack under the door of the boys' tower at the bottom of the stairs was even more generous. The corridor outside was lit, very low, by torches in iron brackets, and the torches did not flicker, and they did not, when he flowed past them, notice him at all. He spent the next 2 hours in long quiet motion through the lower castle. He found the kitchens. He found a corridor on the 3rd floor that was locked with a charm so thick and bright that even his cupboard form could feel it. He found, behind a door on the 2nd floor, a tall mirror in an empty room, and he hung along the wainscoting and looked at it and saw, briefly, in the glass, his mother and father standing behind a small dark thin shape that was not him exactly but was shaped roughly the way his cupboard form was shaped, and he could not bear to look at the mirror for very long, and he flowed away from it. He found the corridor outside the staff quarters. He found, after a long careful drift, the door to Quirrell's room. He hung along the upper jamb of the door and let his attention reach inward. Quirrell was awake. Quirrell was awake and Quirrell was talking, very softly, to himself. Or not to himself. Quirrell was talking in two voices, one his own breathy stutter, one a thinner colder voice that hissed under it, and the two voices were having an argument. The thinner colder voice was saying, with a long patient menace, "You will obey me, Quirrell. You are no use to me whining." The breathy stutter voice was saying, "But the boy master, the boy is here, the boy is in the sea castle, perhaps we should not move yet." The thinner voice was saying, "The boy is a child. The boy is nothing. The stone is everything. You will go, tomorrow, and you will look at the corridor again. You will look at the door. You will tell me what you find." The breathy stutter said, yes, master," with a small shamed eagerness. Harry, on the upper jamb of the door, listened until the conversation died down into the small wet slithery noise of Quirrell undressing, and then he flowed back along the wall, and down the stair, and along 3 corridors, and up a different staircase, and back into Gryffindor Tower under the portrait hole, and back into his own bed. He lay in the 4-poster, in his own boy's body, and stared at the canopy. He thought, a stone. There is a stone in the corridor on the 3rd floor. The thing in Quirrell's turban wants the stone. The headmaster knows there is a stone in the corridor on the 3rd floor and has chosen to let it sit there with a defense professor in the school who has the thing in his turban. The headmaster is not stupid. The headmaster therefore knows the thing is in the school. The headmaster is letting the thing be in the school. The headmaster is using the stone, perhaps, as bait. Or as a test. He thought, Hagrid took a small grimy package out of Vault 713, the same morning I was in Diagon Alley. Hagrid brought the package to Hogwarts. Hagrid put the package somewhere. The package had a small old hum to it. He thought, the package is the stone. The stone is in the corridor on the 3rd floor. He thought, the headmaster knows what I am, perhaps. The headmaster does not know what I have become. The headmaster expects me to grow up safe and slow into a hero. The headmaster does not yet know that I have been hunting for 4 years already and that, before he thinks I will be ready to do anything at all, I am going to be ready to do quite a great deal. He thought, smiling once, very small, into the dark of his curtains, that is good. He slept. He did not dream his own dreams, that night. He dreamed, very quietly, all the dreams of all the boys in the dormitory, the way a man with his back against a wall in a market hears all the conversations of the market at once, none very clearly, and goes home knowing what was being sold. In the morning he got up before any of them and washed his face in cold water and dressed in his new uniform and went down to the common room with a borrowed book on Transfiguration in his hand, and was the first year at the breakfast table, and the second person at the high table to give the headmaster a small polite nod when the headmaster came in. The headmaster nodded back, with the same small private smile. Harry buttered his toast. He thought, by Christmas, Quirrell. He thought, by Christmas. Then he turned the page of the book and began, with a very small and very real and very ordinary pleasure, his first day of school. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, First Hunt. By the end of his 2nd week at Hogwarts, Harry had a routine. He woke before the others. He read for an hour in the common room with the fire low. He went down to breakfast and sat where Ron sat, which was usually next to Hermione, who had attached herself to Ron with the bewildered loyalty of a girl who had not, until that month, ever had a friend, and who had decided, with the quick fierce intelligence of a girl her age, that whatever Harry was she would learn to be near him. Harry let her near. Harry let Ron near. Harry let Neville near, in a careful gentle way, because he had already understood that Neville Longbottom had been raised by a great-aunt who would have made an excellent Petunia and a great-uncle who would, given long enough, have made an excellent Vernon, and Neville needed a friend the way certain plants need water. Harry was, in his 2nd week of school, perhaps the best-liked first year in Gryffindor. He did not feel guilty about it. He had thought, in his first night in the dormitory, about whether he should let himself like these people. He had decided, with the small clear weighing he applied now to all such things, that he would let himself, because the cost of not liking them was likely higher than the cost of liking them. The cupboard form needed an anchor. The boy needed to have something to be the boy for. He had decided, in the cupboard with the empty cup on his knee on a long-ago night, that he would not let the boy go entirely. He had stuck to that decision. He intended to keep sticking to it. He liked Ron because Ron was the first person his own age to have looked at him on a train and not seen the scar. He liked Hermione because Hermione argued with him. She argued with everyone, but with him she argued in a particular way, with a slightly puzzled crease in her forehead, as if she had been expecting a small smug famous boy and had got something else and was, against her better judgment, intrigued. He liked Neville because Neville was the most honest person Harry had met in his short life. Neville would have made a terrible spy. Neville would, if questioned by the Auror office about anything Neville had ever done in his life, answered every question with the truth, including the questions that nobody had asked. Harry liked the cleanliness of him. He went to classes. He sat at the back. He did the work. He did the work better than he showed. He had decided, very early, that there was a particular height of academic competence at which he could remain comfortably interesting to his teachers without becoming notable, and he had set himself to maintain that height in every subject. He scored a strong acceptable to exceeds expectations on essays. He answered questions when called on, but never with his hand up. He let Hermione be the one whose hand was up. Professor McGonagall watched him a little. Professor Flitwick beamed at him as he beamed at all his students, with no particular special attention. Professor Sprout took to him because he had grown up doing Petunia's gardening and was unflustered by mud. Professor Binns did not appear to know what year it was, let alone who Harry was. Professor Snape watched him closely. Harry had known, the moment Snape's black eyes had crossed his at the welcoming feast, that Snape was a man with a long old grudge that had nothing very personal to do with Harry himself, and a set of suspicions that had quite a lot to do with Harry himself. Harry had decided, over his porridge that first morning, to give Snape exactly nothing. The first potions class came in the second week. Snape had taken his place at the head of the dungeon, and had given his small dry famous speech about brewing fame and stopping death, and had then turned, without warning, on Harry. "Potter," he had said. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry had answered, in a small respectful voice, "A sleeping draught so powerful it is known as the draught of living death, sir." Snape's eyes had narrowed. "Where would you find a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat, sir." "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "There is none, sir. They are the same plant. It is also called aconite." Snape had stood very still for a long moment. The dungeon had been very quiet. Hermione, in the next seat, had had her hand half up at every question and had now sat back, with an oddly flushed face, and was looking at Harry as if she were re-evaluating him. "Sit down, Granger," said Snape, although Hermione was already sitting. He did not take his eyes from Harry. 5 points to Gryffindor, Potter, for being prepared. Harry had inclined his head, very small. He had been giving Snape the right answers, and exactly the right answers, with no flourishes and no stammers, and he had known that Snape, who had been hoping to humiliate him, would be left only with the small private fact that this boy had read his textbook before the first lesson, which was not a fact Snape could publicly object to. Snape had not, after that exchange, asked him another question in class. Snape had begun, however, to walk past his cauldron more often than the cauldrons of the other Gryffindors. Snape had begun to look at his potions with a slow black attention that was not quite criticism. Snape had begun to brush past him in the corridor, once or twice a week, with the careful casual speed of a man who was checking, each time, for some small invisible signal he had not yet been able to detect. Harry had given him no signal. He had decided that Snape, like Mrs. Figg and Ollivander and the headmaster, was a watcher. He had decided that Snape was the Watcher most likely, in time, to actually see something. Snape, he understood from a single glance into his potions cupboard from up by the ceiling on his second night in the castle, was a man who knew a great deal about the kinds of magic that did not appear in school books. Snape was a man who would, eventually, recognize a Lethifold by its taste in the air. Harry made a small private note to be careful around Snape. Then he went back to his seat and brewed a flawless boil cure potion and asked Snape, in a small respectful voice, whether the color was supposed to be that particular shade of green, and Snape said it was, and Snape walked away, and Snape did not look at him again for the rest of the lesson. Harry let himself smile, very small, when Snape's back was turned. He spent the nights in the corridors. He had, by the end of his second week, mapped the lower castle. By the end of his fourth week, he had mapped most of the upper. He knew which staircases moved and which were lying. He knew, by the small drift of dust or the small absence of it, which corridors had been walked recently and which had been forgotten. He found 2 passages that the Marauder's map, which he had not yet seen and would not see for some years, would have shown him at once and which he had to discover painstakingly by long flat patient drifting along skirting boards. He found the passage from behind the one-eyed witch on the 3rd floor that led down to Honeyduk's cellar in Hogsmeade. He found the passage from behind a tapestry on the 4th floor that ended in a brick wall someone had put up 60 years ago. He found the long crawlspace between the 2nd and 3rd floors of the West Tower, in which he could stretch himself fully and lie flat for an hour without being seen by anyone. He found, on the 3rd floor, the corridor. The corridor was at the end of the right-hand passage on the east side of the castle. It was sealed with a great oak door. The door had 3 locks and a charm on it that hummed at him so loudly through the keyhole that he could not approach the keyhole without his form contracting into a small knot. He hung along the wainscoting opposite the door for a long time, on his 4th night in the castle, and tried to feel through it. He felt through it. He felt, behind the door, a great warm low growling life, 3 lives in fact, 3 life pulses that beat together in an asymmetric 3-headed rhythm. He felt, deeper in, beyond the 3 lives, a small bright steady hum that was the same hum he had felt in Hagrid's coat pocket at Gringotts. He had thought, on the wainscoting, very calmly, the stone is behind a 3-headed dog. He had thought, that is a remarkable thing for a school to keep on the 3rd floor. He had thought, with a small interior smile, that is also clever, in its own bumptious way. The dog will eat anyone who picks the locks. The dog will not, however, notice me at all. He had not yet gone in. There was no reason yet. The stone was bait for Quirrell, and Quirrell was not yet ready to come for it. Harry was not yet ready, either. He intended to let Quirrell come a long way before he met him at the door. He spent, in those weeks, a great many of his nights along the upper jamb of Quirrell's door. He listened. He learned a great deal from the listening. He learned that the thing in Quirrell's turban was called, by its host, Master, and that the Master was patient and the Master was furious and the Master did not entirely trust the host. He learned that the Master wanted the stone in order to make a body of his own. He learned that the Master, in his current state, could not eat or drink or sleep in any of the ways the host could, and so used the host for these things, and so the host was always tired, and so the host was always hungry, and so the host was very nearly mad. He learned, on the 3rd such night of listening, the way the host fed the Master. The host fed the Master with unicorn blood. This was a thing Harry had read about in his defensive magic book. He had read that to drink unicorn blood was to keep oneself alive, but only a half-life, a cursed life, the life of a thing that had killed something pure to stay in the world. He had read that the curse of drinking unicorn blood was severe enough that even very dark wizards would think twice. The thing in Quirrell's turban was not thinking twice. The thing in Quirrell's turban was sending Quirrell out into the Forbidden Forest, 2 and 3 nights a week, to find unicorns and slit their throats and drink the blood from cupped hands. Harry had gone with him, once, in the cupboard form, flowing along the high branches of the forest at a height he had not at first known he could reach. He had watched a unicorn die. He had not enjoyed it. He had thought, watching Quirrell crouch over the silver body in the moonlight with the pale blood on his chin, I am going to do it now. I am going to drop down and feed on him now, while he is on his knees, while the master is tired from the hunt, while I have the wood and the dark to myself. The interior watcher, behind his sternum, had said, not yet. Harry had listened. It had said, he is not the prey you should make your first kill on. The prey you make your first kill on should be a man who has earned it, alone, in a bed, in a town he should not be in, where his death will be taken for the curse of a hard old life. The prey you make your first kill on should not be the prey of a much larger thing in a turban. You will make your first kill on a man whose death does not make the larger thing in the turban look up. The voice had been very calm. Harry had listened. Harry had stayed on the high branch, and Quirrell had drunk his pale silver mouthfuls and crawled away through the trees, and Harry had flowed back to the castle, and he had spent the next 2 weeks reading in the library. He read everything Hogwarts had on the Death Eater trials. He read the Daily Prophet's archive. He read transcripts of the Wisengamot. He read, in particular, the trial of one Walden McNair, who had been acquitted of suspected complicity in the murder of 3 Muggle families in 1981 on the grounds that the testimony against him had been compromised. McNair had escaped Azkaban. McNair had taken a position with the Ministry as an executioner of dangerous magical creatures. McNair was, at the time of Harry's reading, employed by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and was based in London but travelled regularly on ministry business. McNair had a brother in Hogsmeade. The brother kept a small holding on the edge of the village, where McNair stayed when he came up for the Hogsmeade auction of confiscated dark artifacts that took place every 6 months in the back room of the Hog's Head. The next auction was the second weekend of November. Harry made a small private note. He had, by the way, almost forgotten about Halloween. It was the small bushy-haired girl, Hermione, who reminded him. She had run out of the Charms classroom in tears on the morning of the 31st of October because Ron had, with his own peculiar Weasley unkindness, told Seamus Finnegan within her hearing that she was a horror and had no friends. Harry had spent the morning watching, with a small careful interior measurement, the way Ron's face had set first into satisfied scorn and then into a less and less satisfied silence as the day had gone on. Harry had not, he thought, ever made a friend before, but he had in his life spent a great deal of time observing other people having such things and going wrong with them, and he understood the shape Ron was sitting in. He had, in the corridor between Charms and lunch, fallen into step beside Ron and said, very lightly, "She's not horrible, you know. She's frightened. Her parents aren't here. She's never been at a school where she didn't know all the answers. She thought she was going to come and be ordinary at last. She isn't. She's still the strange one. She doesn't know how to be the strange one. You do." Ron had stopped in the corridor and looked at him. "How am I the strange one?" Ron had said. "You have 6 brothers and a sister, you live in a house that runs on string, you've worn the same jumper since you were 8 years old, and your dressing gown has been brown since before the war," Harry had said. "Ron. You are the strange one. Look at the other boys in our dorm. You're the strangest of us. You've already done the thing she's only just starting. You could help her." Ron had stared at him. Ron had gone, for one bright unhappy moment, the color of a beetroot. Ron had then said, "All right, you don't have to put it like that." "I'm not putting it like anything," Harry had said. "Yes you are," said Ron. "You're putting it like Mum." "All right," Harry had said. He had tried not to smile. "Sorry, Ron." Ron had grumbled all the way to the Great Hall and had eaten his lunch in a strained silence that, halfway through it, he had broken with the words, "I'll go and get her after pudding." Yeah. He had not got her after pudding, because the troll had come in. The troll had come in through the dungeons. Quirrell had stuttered into the hall with the news at the start of the feast and had then done his small dramatic feint, and the hall had gone into the small bright panic of children being told they were in danger. The prefects had moved everyone toward the dormitories. Ron, in the corridor, had said, "Hermione. She doesn't know. She's been crying in the bathroom all afternoon." Harry had said, "All right." They had gone for her. Harry had let Ron lead. Harry had been, at this point, working as an ordinary first year who was also a brave Gryffindor, and the right thing for an ordinary brave Gryffindor first year to do was let his red-headed best friend lead him into the bathroom corridor at a run. The trick to being ordinary was not to be too ordinary. Hagrid's Lethifold remark on Privet Drive had taught Harry that. The trick was to be ordinary with the small irregular grace of a real boy. The troll, when they reached the bathroom, was in the middle of breaking a sink. Hermione was under another sink, with both hands over her face, in the small white silent terror of a girl who has not yet been taught that a body can fight. Ron was already raising his wand. Harry, on Ron's other side, had a wand in his own hand and a very calm interior question. He could, if he chose, in the small noise and dust of the situation, slip very briefly into the cupboard form and end the troll in about 3 seconds. The cupboard form was very good with sleeping minds. It was also, he had begun to understand, almost as good with the slow stupid waking minds of certain creatures. He had felt, on his nightly drifts, the faint smudgy life pulses of trolls on the edge of the forest, and he could see how a Lethifold would take such a pulse the way a man takes a soft-boiled egg. He chose not to. He chose, instead, to be a boy with his best friend in a girl's bathroom. He shouted something stupid to draw the troll's attention. He let Ron, in a bright accidental moment of inspiration, do the levitation charm on the Trolls Club that Hermione had drilled them in 2 weeks ago. The club went up. The club came down. The troll dropped where it stood. The teachers came in. There was a great deal of noise. McGonagall scolded them. Hermione, white-faced, lied like a soldier, with the crisp small lie of a girl who had never lied before in her life and had now decided that lying was, in some circumstances, both moral and expected. She told McGonagall that she had gone looking for the troll on her own because she had read about them and thought she could handle one and that she had been entirely in the wrong and that Ron and Harry had only come after her to save her. McGonagall took 5 points off Gryffindor from Hermione. McGonagall awarded 5 points each to Ron and Harry for what she called sheer dumb luck, in a tone that suggested she did not entirely think it had been luck. In the corridor on the way back to the tower, Hermione had looked at Harry and Harry had looked at Hermione, and a small understanding had passed between them in which Hermione had said, with her eyes, "You let Ron do that on purpose," and Harry had said back, with his, "You noticed." She had said nothing aloud. She had walked beside Ron all the way to the portrait hole. She had thanked them both, very seriously, for coming for her. Ron had gone red. Harry had said it was nothing. That night, as he was walking past her in the common room, she had said, "Very small, Harry." He had stopped. She had said, "Why are you so good at potions?" He had said, "I read." She had said, "Yes, but you don't read the way I read. You read the way someone who already knows reads. Like you're checking." He had given her his small open boyish face, the face he had given Hagrid in Diagon Alley. He had said, "I just like reading." She had looked at him for a long moment. She had said, finally, "All right, Harry." She had not asked him again. She had, however, begun to look at him from time to time with the same small careful watching attention with which Snape looked at him, and he had registered the watch, and he had been more careful, after that, with what he showed her. He liked her. He had begun to suspect that she was going to be, in the long run, the most dangerous person in the castle to him. He liked that, too. The second weekend of November came. The auction in the back room of the Hog's Head was on the Sunday night. McNair had arrived in Hogsmeade on the Friday, on the train from London, and had walked through the village to his brother's small holding with a small black travelling trunk in his hand. Harry had felt him come. Harry had felt him come because Harry had spent the afternoon hung along the eaves of the Hogsmeade station, in the cupboard form, with his attention reaching out along the platform, looking for the particular hum he had associated with the Death Eater meeting in the back room of Borgin and Burke's. He had found McNair within 30 seconds of the man stepping off the train. The hum was unmistakable, a low cold greasy resonance, like a bell that had been rung in a long time ago in a darker room and had not yet stopped vibrating. Harry had followed McNair, very carefully, at a great distance, all the way through the village, along the lane, over the stile, and to the small holding. He had hung along the inside of the byre wall and watched McNair embrace his brother and eat a stew with him at a wooden table by candlelight and tell 2 small jokes about a man at the ministry and laugh in a way that suggested he was, in his ordinary life, an ordinary man who was loved by his brother. Harry had thought, on the byre wall, watching, that is interesting. That is interesting because it does not change anything. He had flowed back to the castle through the long cold November night, very carefully, very slowly, sticking to walls and stones and ditches all the way, and he had got back to his bed in Gryffindor Tower an hour before dawn, and he had slept the sleep of a tired ordinary boy who had been studying late. On the Saturday he had attended his classes. On the Saturday night he had gone again. On the Saturday night he had hung along the inside of the byre wall and listened to McNair and his brother eat another stew and discuss the auction. The brother, in front of his stew, had grown serious. The brother had said, very low, "Are you sure you have to go to that thing again, Walden?" McNair had said, "Yes." He had said, "The master is gathering his old tools." He had said, "I am one of the old tools." The brother had been quiet for a long moment. The brother had said, very quietly, "Please be careful." McNair had reached across the table and put his hand on his brother's hand, and McNair had said, with a kind of soft grim affection that, in another man, would have been beautiful, "I will be careful." Harry, on the byre wall, had filed the conversation away with his other notes. It did not change anything. He had thought, he is going to die tomorrow night. He had flowed home. On the Sunday, in the castle, he had played a game of wizard's chess with Ron in the common room and let Ron win. He had helped Hermione, with great patience, with a charms essay about the philosophy of imperfect gestures. He had eaten his dinner with Neville on his other side and had told Neville, very quietly, that the small grey plant Neville had been trying to revive was suffering from too much sun rather than too little, and that Neville should put it on the side of the windowsill that faced east, not west. Neville had nodded fervently and had run off after putting to move the plant. Harry had watched him go with an expression on his face that, if anyone had been watching closely, would have looked very much like fondness. Then Harry had gone up to bed at 9:30. He had drawn his curtains. He had said good night to his dormitory mates. He had lain in the bed for an hour. He had waited until the dormitory had gone slow and even. Then he had gone out under the curtains, in the long thin pouring motion he had been practicing for 4 years. He flowed down. He flowed down through the school. He flowed out through the kitchens. He flowed into the long pipe that ran from the kitchens to the courtyard drain. He flowed across the courtyard, along the gravel, into the gap under the great main door. He flowed across the lawn, very low, in the long grass. He flowed through the gates. He flowed along the lane. It took him an hour and a half to reach Hogsmeade. He flowed past the Hog's Head with its broken sign creaking on one chain and its soft yellow light in the front window. He flowed past the 3 broomsticks. He flowed along the lane out of the village. He flowed over the stile, along the byre wall, into the small holding. The brothers' small farmhouse had a low slate roof and 2 windows downstairs and 1 window upstairs. The downstairs windows were dark. The upstairs window had a candle in it that had been left burning very low in a brass holder. Harry found the gap under the front door. He flowed in. The downstairs hall smelled of wood smoke and onions. The downstairs parlor smelled of tobacco. The kitchen, at the back, smelled of stew. The stairs were narrow and worn and pleasingly old. Harry flowed up them in the long motion he had been practicing on the great curving staircases of Hogwarts, but in miniature here, like a great cat in a small house. There were 2 bedrooms on the upper landing. The brother was in the front bedroom, asleep on his back, with his great hands folded on his great chest like a man who had been carved on the lid of his own tomb. Harry hung in the doorway and felt the brother for a moment. The brother was a slow, steady, warm life, the kind of life a small farm needs to keep itself going year on year. The brother was not the prey. McNair was in the back bedroom. The candle on the windowsill was, Harry understood, McNair's. McNair did not like to sleep entirely in the dark. The candle was burning very low. McNair was on his side under a heavy quilt. He was sleeping the deep, hard sleep of a man who has come back from a long evening in a cellar full of dark artifacts and has had, on his way home, 3 large drinks. There was a bottle on the floor by the bed. There was a wand on the table beside it. The wand looked dead in its rest, the way a hammer looks dead on a workbench. Harry came across the floor to the bed. He came very slowly. He came along the rug rather than along the boards. He came up the side of the bed. He stopped over McNair's face. He hung there for a long time. He let his attention reach into McNair, very gently, in the way he had learned with Mrs. No. 6 and the postman and Dudley and a great many other harmless people. He let his attention go down through McNair's sleep, into the soft red live thing inside him. He found McNair's dream first. McNair was dreaming, with a kind of slow heavy pleasure, of a chase. McNair was on horseback. McNair was carrying an axe. The axe was the axe McNair used for the disposal of rogue hippogriffs at the ministry, an axe Harry had read about in a Daily Prophet that had described the axe in some detail. The thing McNair was chasing through the dream was, Harry understood at once, a muggle. A muggle woman, in a long pale dress, running across a wet field, with her hair coming out of its pins and her white feet bare. McNair was laughing in the dream. The horse was foaming. The muggle woman, when Harry looked at her closely, had a face that did not entirely belong to her. It was a face McNair had taken from a memory and put on her. Harry recognized the face. It was a face Harry had seen in a Daily Prophet photograph over a court report. It was the face of one of the 3 muggles for whose murder McNair had been acquitted. Harry hung over McNair's sleeping face for a long quiet moment. He thought, very clearly, this is the man. He thought, with the small clear cold weighing he had been practicing on himself for nearly 4 years, the brother is asleep. The candle is low. The wand is on the table. The body, if it is found in the morning, will be an old man dead in his bed of a heart. The ministry will not investigate. The brother will not call them. The brother will bury him in the back field and drink for a year. The thing in Quirrell's turban will not look up. He thought, now. He took a long slow Lethifold breath. Then he came down. Coming down was not, at first, what he had thought it would be. He had thought it would be a great violent moment, a sweep, a snatch. It was not. It was very gentle. It was more like the way honey moves off a spoon. He spread himself across McNair's face and across McNair's chest and along McNair's arms, and he settled, the way a sheet settles. McNair did not wake. McNair, in his dream, was aware of a small darkening at the edges of the pale field. The chase began to slow. The horse began to stumble. The muggle woman, in the dream, paused and turned and looked at him, and her face was no longer the face of the dead muggle but McNair's own face from 20 years ago, when he had been a different and possibly better man. Harry, in the bedroom, let the wanting open in him. The wanting opened the way a door opens onto a room he had lived in his whole life and had never gone into. The wanting was very calm. The wanting did not, this time, frighten him. The wanting said, This one. This is what I am for. McNair's dream began to thin. McNair's dream began to grow cold. McNair, in the dream, on the wet field, with his hand clenched around an axe that had begun, very slowly, to drop from his grip, said, very quietly, in his own voice, not yet. Please. Not yet. I have a brother. Harry, on McNair's body, paused. He thought, he has a brother. He thought, yes. The brother is in the front bedroom. The brother is sleeping the slow steady warm sleep of a man who loves you. He thought, very carefully, I am not going to stop because you have a brother. He thought, I am going to do this with the brother in the front bedroom in mind, because I know that part of what makes you a man worth taking is that you have someone who will be hurt, and I have decided to take you anyway, and I have decided to feel that in me. He thought, very small, very still, very clear, I am going to be the kind of hunter who knows what he is taking. I am not going to let myself become the kind of hunter who does not know. He fed. Feeding, when it came at last, was not a great moment either. It was a long quiet drawing in. It was the way water draws into a sponge. McNair's dream went dim. McNair's small steady warm life went thin. McNair's chest, under Harry's shape, sank very slowly inward, the way a balloon sinks. McNair's hand, on the quilt, twitched once and was still. When it was done, McNair was a heavy, still, slack-jawed shape on the bed, with the candle on the windowsill burning low at his side. The room was very quiet. Harry hung over the body and waited to feel something. He felt, at first, a great tide of new knowledge, the way a small boy feels who has eaten too much pudding too fast, a rush, a swell, a small staggering. He had McNair's memories in him now. He had McNair's address. He had McNair's familiar streets in London. He had McNair's full list of accomplices. He had the layout of McNair's family farmhouse and the smell of McNair's mother's old hand cream and the name McNair had, as a small boy, given to a tabby cat. He had, above all, the entire long careful private register of McNair's old crimes, and the names of every person McNair had ever, in his sober hours, intended to kill again. He felt, second, a small steady satisfied warmth that was not, in any of its parts, very nice. He felt, third, a kind of clean cold sadness that surprised him. He had not expected the sadness. He had expected the warmth. He had expected the new knowledge. He had not, until that moment in the bedroom, known that he was going to be sad about it as well. He hung there over the body and let the sadness be in him, and he understood that it was not sadness for McNair, exactly, who had earned what he had got. It was sadness for the brother in the front bedroom, who had not earned it. It was sadness for the small boy McNair had once been before he had become McNair. It was sadness, mostly, for himself, for the small boy in the cupboard he had once been before he had become this. He let the sadness sit in him. He let it settle. Then he flowed off the body, and along the rug, and down the stairs, and out under the front door, and along the byre wall, and over the stile, and back along the lane, and back across the fields, and back through the gates of Hogwarts, and back across the courtyard, and back along the kitchen drain, and back up through the school, and back into his own four-poster, in his own dormitory, just before the first grey light came under the window. He lay in his bed, in his own boy's body, with the smell of his own laundered sheets in his nose, and looked at the canopy. The other boys were still asleep. Ron was snoring with one hand over his eyes. Neville was breathing in the soft regular pattern of a child who had not yet learned to be afraid of his own room. Harry lay there with both hands flat on his chest and felt his own heart beating and thought, very small, it is done. The first one is done. The first one is over. I will not have a first one again. He thought, there will be others. There will be many others. None of them will be the first. He thought, with a quiet sober care, I am going to do this for as long as it takes. I am going to remember every one of them by name. I am going to remember the brother in the front bedroom. I am going to remember the candle. He thought, very small, almost gently, I am 11 years old. He turned his face into the pillow and slept the deep clean sleep of a boy who had finished, that night, the first piece of work he had ever done in his life that was entirely his own. In the morning at breakfast Hermione asked him if he was all right, because he was, she said, a little pale. He smiled at her and said, "Bad dream." She had looked at him for a long careful moment. She had not, in the end, said anything else. In a small farmhouse on the edge of Hogsmeade, that morning, an old man went up to his brother's bedroom with 2 cups of tea and found his brother dead in the bed. The candle had gone out in the night. The old man set the cups very carefully on the floor. He sat down on the edge of the bed for a long time. He did not weep at first. He held his brother's cold hand in his great hand and looked at the candle on the windowsill. He thought, eventually, well. It was the drink, then. He always said it would be the drink. He smoothed his brother's hair and pulled up the quilt and went down the stairs and out into the field to dig a hole. In the back room of the Hog's Head that night, 5 men in dark cloaks sat around a table and waited an hour for a 6th man who did not come. They drank. They argued. They went home. In a high tower at Hogwarts an old man with a long silver beard sat over a small silver instrument that had not moved in months and that, in the hour after midnight, twitched once, very slightly, and went still. The headmaster watched the instrument for a long time. The headmaster set down his teacup very slowly. The headmaster did not, this time, allow himself the comfort of thinking he had been mistaken. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5. The dream hunter McNair's death made the back of the Daily Prophet on the Tuesday morning, in 3 small paragraphs under a headline that read Ministry Executioner Found Dead in Hogsmeade. The paragraphs reported that Walden McNair, employee of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, had been found by his brother in the family farmhouse on Sunday morning. Cause of death was given as undetermined but, the article said, was suspected to be a heart attack brought on by the stresses of a long career. There would, the article said, be a private burial. Harry, at breakfast, read the 3 paragraphs twice. He folded the Prophet and slid it across to Hermione for her to look at the Quidditch results. He gave nothing away in his face. He had decided, before he had come down to breakfast, that there was an exact number of times he should think about McNair, today, and that the number was none. He was a small bright Gryffindor first year who had been studying late for a transfiguration test. He had a transfiguration test that morning. He took it. He scored a strong exceeds expectations. Professor McGonagall did not look at him in any particular way. 2 desks over, Hermione scored an outstanding and gave Harry, on her way out of the room, a small private smile that he returned with the smallest possible amount of warmth. He did not entirely trust himself to give her warmth this morning. The cupboard form was still settling under his ribs, and the cupboard form was not, after a kill, very good at small careful gradations of feeling. The cupboard form, after a kill, was either entirely cold or entirely warm. He had decided, in the night, that he would let it be cold for the next 2 days. He would let it be cold and he would be the boy on top of it, and the boy would smile at his friends and ask for the salt and play wizard's chess with Ron in the evenings, and the cupboard form, underneath, would have time to digest. The Prophet had 2 short paragraphs, 3 days later, about a man called Avery, found dead in an inn on the road to Liverpool. Cause of death undetermined. The article noted that Avery had been a known associate of the late Death Eater movement, although he had been cleared at trial. There would, the article said, be no further investigation, as no foul play was suspected. The Prophet had nothing about Mulciber, who Harry had taken on the Saturday after that, in a hunting lodge in the New Forest, where Mulciber had been on a weekend with 3 women and a great deal of cocaine that Mulciber had been trying, with limited success, to combine with potion ingredients in a private experiment in the 2nd-floor study. The lodge was rented under a false name and the women, when Mulciber did not come down for breakfast, took his money and his watch and left without telling the housekeeper. The housekeeper found him at noon. The housekeeper, a squib who knew exactly what she was looking at and exactly what she was not legally bound to report to the Auror office, did not. Harry did the McNair, the Avery, and the Mulciber in the first 3 weeks of November. He paced himself, after that. He had decided, lying in his four-poster on the night after Mulciber, that he would not do another of the 6 men from the Borgin and Burke's back room until at least the end of January. He had decided that there was a rate at which a thing like him could move through such men without being noticed, and that the rate was not 3 a month. He had decided that he was going to be a slow patient hunter and that the hunt was not going to be over in his 11th year. He was right about almost all of this. He was wrong, in a small but important way, about how slowly he could hunt before he was noticed. He found out he had been wrong on the 3rd Friday in November, when Severus Snape stopped him after potions and said, in the small dry voice of a man who has not slept well, "Potter, stay behind." The other students filed out of the dungeon with the small relieved haste of children who had been kept past the bell. Hermione gave Harry a small worried look on the way out. Ron, who had been bottom of the class in the morning's brewing, gave Harry a small triumphant look that suggested he was glad it was somebody else for once. Harry gave Ron a small private smile and stayed in his seat at the back of the room. Snape closed the door behind the last student. Snape walked down the aisle between the tables. Snape did not stop in front of Harry. Snape walked past him. Snape went to the back of the room. Snape stood behind Harry, in the corner where Harry could not, without turning, see him, and Snape was silent for a long moment. Harry sat very still. Harry did not turn his head. He had decided, in the second the dungeon door had closed, that the right move was not to look at all. Snape would come round the front in his own time. Snape was making a small theater of it. Snape's small theaters were never about Snape. They were about the boy. They were intended to make the boy uncomfortable. Harry had spent a great many hours in his life being made deliberately uncomfortable by men with louder voices than Snape's. Snape was an amateur at this, by Vernon's standards. Harry waited. Snape said, behind him, very softly, "Sit straighter, Potter. You were not raised to slouch, regardless of what your aunt allowed." Harry did not sit straighter. Harry did not move. Snape said, after another long moment, "Tell me what you know about the Lethifold." Harry's heart, in his small chest, did a small absolute thump that he was sure Snape could not hear from where he was standing. The cupboard form, behind his sternum, opened both eyes at once and went perfectly still. Harry said, in his small puzzled boyish voice, "Sir? You heard me, Potter." "I read about it once," Harry said. "In Fantastic Beasts. I asked Hagrid about it on the way to Diagon Alley because I'd never heard of one before. He said they don't come to England." Snape was silent for a long beat. Snape said, "You asked Hagrid about it?" "Yes, sir." "Why?" Harry thought, very fast, and gave Snape exactly the answer he had given Hagrid. "I'd been reading the book. I'd seen the picture. I thought it sounded very dangerous. I wanted to know whether I needed to worry about them at school." Snape said, "And Hagrid said you did not." "He said they were cleaned out of England hundreds of years ago, sir." "I see," said Snape. "And were they?" Harry let his face show nothing. Harry let his back stay perfectly straight and perfectly motionless. Harry said, in the small careful voice of a child who is being asked a teacher's trick question, "I don't know, sir. I'm not very old." Snape laughed. The laugh was a small dry rasp at the back of his throat that, Harry thought, in another man would have been a cough. Snape walked, slowly, around the side of the desk, and stood, finally, in front of Harry. He looked at Harry with both black eyes. He was not, today, the Snape of the classroom, with his small dry famous speech and his small dry famous sneer. He was the Snape of his back rooms, the Snape of his potions cupboard, the Snape of his 30 years in the dark of the wizarding world who knew about the kinds of magic that did not appear in school books. He was a thinner, older, more careful Snape. He was the Snape Harry had been waiting to meet. He said, very quietly, "You are not as careful as you think you are, Potter." Harry said, "Sir?" "3 men have died in the last 3 weeks," Snape said, of causes the Daily Prophet has not chosen to investigate. All three men were known to me. All three men were known, more importantly, to certain colleagues of mine. The colleagues are concerned. The colleagues are concerned in the particular way people in our line are concerned when they begin to suspect that something has come back which they had thought was gone. Harry looked up at him with his small open boyish eyes. He said, "Sir, I don't understand." "Don't you, Potter?" "No, sir." Snape watched him. Snape watched him for a long time, the way a man watches a piece of paper held over a candle, to see whether the paper will eventually take. Harry did not take. Harry sat with both hands flat on his desk and his small open boyish face and his acceptable to exceeds expectations grades in his folder and his small fame on his forehead, and he gave Snape exactly nothing. Snape, at last, drew a long careful breath. Snape said, "You were very precise about your asphodel and wormwood." "I read the textbook, sir." "You were very precise about your bezoar." "I read the textbook, sir." "You were very precise about your aconite." "I read the textbook, sir." "You read the textbook," Snape said, "and you read it, Potter, with the small careful interest of a boy who has read many other books, several of them in places where boys your age are not normally permitted to read." "I like the library, sir." "I am sure you do." Snape's eyes narrowed. Snape said, very softly, "What were you reading, Potter, in the third aisle of the library, 2 Tuesdays ago, at 8:30 in the evening?" Harry's heart did a second small thump. He had, 2 Tuesdays ago, at 8:30 in the evening, been reading the bound-back issues of the Daily Prophet for the year 1981. He had been reading the trial transcripts. He had been making, in his head, a long quiet list of the names of Death Eaters who had been acquitted. He had not, of course, been making the list on paper. The list was in his head. The list had, by the end of that evening, 16 names on it. He said, in his small puzzled boyish voice, "I was reading old newspapers, sir. I was looking for things about my parents." He felt, as he said it, the cupboard form behind his sternum flinch, very slightly. It was an uncomfortable lie. It was, in fact, the first lie of any size he had told a teacher all term. He had decided, on his first night in the castle, that he would lie sparingly to teachers and prolifically to no one. He intended to keep to that. He hated the small lie now, even as he made it. It felt to him, in his mouth, like swallowing dust. Snape watched him. Snape's expression, very briefly, changed. It changed in a way Harry did not, at first, understand. Something in the long thin black face went, for half a second, soft. Then it went, very rapidly, hard again, harder than it had been before, and Snape's mouth set in the small bitter line Harry had begun to think of as Snape's resting line. Snape said, "About your parents." "Yes, sir." "You have been reading old newspapers about your parents." "Yes, sir." "What have you found, Potter, about your parents?" "That my mother was very kind, sir," Harry said, with the small honest bareness of a boy who has been thinking about this for some time. "And that my father was rather stupid in some ways and rather brave in others. And that they were murdered by a man whose name nobody will say. And that the man tried to kill me. And that I have a scar." Snape was very still. Harry said, "I would like very much to know who else helped him." He said it small. He said it without lift. He said it as a boy his age would say it, who had been reading old newspapers in the library because nobody had ever bothered to tell him what had happened to his own parents. He said it as a boy who had something very large and very simple under it. He said it, in fact, as a boy who in another life would have been, exactly, what he was pretending to be. Snape watched him. Snape, after a moment that felt very long, drew a long breath. Snape said, in a voice that was not quite the voice he had used a moment before, "There were many. There will not be names." Harry inclined his head. He did not press. Snape said, "Potter." "Yes, sir." "If the world out there," and his eyes flicked once to the dungeon door and back, "should ever happen to deal, in the next several years, with the consequences of what was unfinished in 1981, you will not insert yourself into those consequences. You will do your homework. You will not attempt to follow the war into your own front door. You will leave the war to the people who are paid to fight it. You will keep your scarred forehead in this castle and out of the affairs of the wizarding world. Do you understand me?" Harry said, "Yes, sir." Snape said, "I do not, in fact, expect you to obey me. I expect you to do something very stupid, in some appropriate Gryffindor way, before you turn 15. I am telling you this so that, when you do, you will at least remember that I told you not to." Harry inclined his head again. He let a small painful color come into his face. He let it look exactly like the color of an 11-year-old boy who had been mildly told off by a teacher he was trying to impress. Snape said, "Get out." Harry got up. Harry gathered his books. Harry walked, with the small slightly quickened pace of a boy who has been told off, to the dungeon door. He had his hand on the latch when Snape said, behind him, very quietly, "Potter." Harry paused. "Be careful what you let into your dreams," said Snape, in exactly the same words Ollivander had used in his shop 3 months ago. Harry did not turn. Harry, very slightly, smiled at the latch. Then he opened the door, and walked out into the corridor, and went up to lunch in the Great Hall, and sat down between Ron and Hermione, and asked Hermione for the salt. Snape, in the dungeon, sat down on the edge of his desk and looked at his hands for a long time. Snape was a man who had spent his life learning to read other men's faces, and there were 2 things he had read on the boy's face that afternoon. The first thing was that the boy was lying about something. The second thing was that the boy, when asked about his parents, had not been lying. The 2 things did not, by the rules of Snape's experience, normally inhabit the same boy at once. The boys he had known all his life who could lie like that about something else were not, when you said the word mother to them, capable of anything other than a small calculating shrug. This boy had said something with such an unguarded weight under it that for half a second Snape had forgotten he was looking at the son of James Potter at all, and had thought he was, instead, looking at a child of Lily's whom Lily had somehow contrived to leave him. Snape's mouth had set very hard at that thought. Snape had said, before Harry had left, what he had said, and he had meant every word of it, and he had also meant that he was going to begin watching this boy, very seriously, in ways that the boy would not, until it was too late, notice. Snape did not know yet that the boy had also meant something. The boy had decided, between the question about Lethifolds and the question about the library, that of all the watchers in this castle, Snape was the one he was going to most have to outpace. Harry had begun to outpace him on the way to lunch. He had decided, on the stair, 3 things. The first was that he would not hunt again until the end of February. The second was that, when he did hunt again, he would do it abroad. Not in England. He would find a way to reach the continent. He would let the English papers go quiet for a season. He would let Snape's colleagues' worried whispers turn into Snape's colleagues' embarrassed shrugs. He would let the Auror office close the file marked Lethifold UK sightings again. The third was that Snape, eventually, was going to come to see him in his sleep, by means Harry did not yet entirely know but suspected. The third was that he was going to begin, that night, in his bed, to teach himself how to keep Snape out. He was right about the third, although he did not know what the means would be called. Snape had begun, that night in his quarters, to study legilimency on Harry Potter at the next available opportunity. Harry had begun, that night in his 4-poster, to study, in the dark behind his eyelids, the construction of a small quiet room. The room he built was a perfect copy, in every detail, of the cupboard under the stairs at number 4 Privet Drive. He built it in the dark behind his eyes. He built the rusted nail. He built the splintered place near the door. He built the cot's lumpy mattress. He built the strip of light that fell across his face when Aunt Petunia forgot to switch off the lamp. He built it because he had decided that the room into which he would invite any inquisitive mind would be the room that contained nothing of who he had become. He would let inquisitive minds find him, in this room, exactly where the wizarding world thought he had been raised, a small thin neglected boy in a cupboard under the stairs. He built it well. He built it for an hour. He built it again the next night. He built it again, every night, for a fortnight. When Snape next caught his eyes in the corridor, with the small black flick of attention Harry had now learned to recognize as a man taking an interior step toward his thoughts, Harry let him in. Harry let him into the cupboard. Harry let Snape stand, for a moment in the small dirty space where Harry had grown up, and he let Snape see, very briefly, the strip of light and the rusted nail. Then he let Snape out again. Snape's face, in the corridor, did not change in any way that anyone but Harry would have noticed. Snape's face, in the corridor, paled by half a shade, and Snape's eyes, very briefly, went away from Harry, and Snape did not look at Harry in that particular way for a week and a half afterward. It was, Harry understood, a small cruelty. It was also a useful one. He had given Snape something that would distract Snape. He had given Snape a thing for Snape to feel guilty about. He had given Snape a memory of a small thin neglected boy whom Snape had, for years, despised on principle. He had given Snape a small interior debt. He filed the small interior debt away with everything else. In December the snow came, and the castle filled with the small bright noise of children leaving for the holidays, and Harry, who had told McGonagall that he wished to remain at Hogwarts, watched Ron pack and Hermione pack and Neville pack and the dormitories empty out around him with a small content patience. He liked the empty castle. He liked it because the empty castle was the castle in which the Watchers were thinned out. Snape went, on the second day of the holiday, to a conference in Berlin from which he was not expected to return until the 3rd of January. McGonagall went home to her sister in Lothian. Sprout went to a herbology symposium in Plymouth. The headmaster did not go anywhere, but the headmaster, on his own in the school, tended to spend long hours in his office staring at the fire and feeding sherbet lemons to a small phoenix Harry had not been formally introduced to but whose existence he had felt for some weeks. Quirrell did not go anywhere either. Quirrell had told the staff he was visiting his old aunt in Macclesfield. Harry knew, from his nights along the upper jamb of Quirrell's door, that Quirrell had no aunt in Macclesfield. Quirrell was staying in the castle. Quirrell, with the headmaster gone from the corridors, was preparing to make a serious attempt at the third-floor corridor. Harry decided that Quirrell would not, in fact, make the attempt this Christmas. Harry decided that he would make sure of this himself. He spent the first week of the holidays doing very little. He read in the common room. He played wizard's chess against himself. He went down to the kitchens and let the house elves give him 3 pieces of cake. He went to the library and read, with the slow careful attention he had been practicing for years, the 3 volumes of a book called Wand Lore, The Lives of the Phoenix Feathers. He read about how a wand whose feather brother had injured its rightful master would, when its rightful master at last stood with it in his hand, have a small private effect on the brother wand. He read about the priori incantatem effect. He read about how feather brothers, even in opposed hands, would not, except under the most extreme compulsion, do their master's worst wills upon each other. He thought about that for a long time. He thought, on the second day after Christmas, that this was a useful thing to know. He thought that there might come a moment in his life in which he would be standing across a duel from a man whose wand was the brother of his own, and that the wand in his own hand would, in that moment, refuse him at exactly the worst possible time. He thought that he should be ready, when that moment came, to have something else to use that was not his wand. He decided, on the second day after Christmas, in the chair by the common room fire, that the something else was going to be the cupboard form. He decided that the wizarding world, and the man who had killed his parents, would in all likelihood meet the cupboard form for the first time in a context that did not allow a duel to develop in the ordinary way. He smiled at the fire. Then he got up and went down to the kitchens for another piece of cake. The third night after Christmas was the night he had been waiting for. He had felt Quirrell, all afternoon, gathering himself. He had felt Quirrell, all evening, pacing the staff quarters. He had felt the thing in Quirrell's turban, very loudly tonight, hissing its low patient menace at the back of Quirrell's tired head. He had decided that, when Quirrell at last left the staff quarters and came up the third-floor corridor, Harry would meet him at the door. Quirrell came up the third-floor corridor at 1:30 in the morning. Harry was already there. Harry was hung along the wainscoting opposite the great oak door, in the cupboard form, very flat, very still, with his attention reaching down the corridor toward the man as the man turned the corner. Quirrell stopped at the door. Quirrell drew his wand. Quirrell whispered, very softly, Alohomora, and the first lock clicked. He whispered the second charm, and the second lock fell. He raised his wand to the third lock. Harry, on the wainscoting, said in his interior cupboard voice, very softly, very clearly, in a way no human ear could have heard but Quirrell's, do you remember, Quirinus, the first time you were afraid in the dark? Quirrell froze. Quirrell turned his head slowly to the right. Quirrell's small bright eyes searched the corridor. The torches did not flicker. The wainscoting did not move. The cupboard form was very, very flat. The thing in Quirrell's turban hissed, "Who is there?" in a voice that came out of Quirrell's silk turban as a small wet whisper. Harry, on the wainscoting, said, very softly, "I am the dark, Quirinus. I am the dark you have been afraid of since you were 8 years old. I am the small black shape under your bed. I am the corner of your mother's wardrobe at midnight. I am the room you would not go into, in the house you grew up in, for 2 years after your father died." Quirrell's wand hand was shaking. The thing in Quirrell's turban hissed, "Who are you?" in a much louder, much more focused voice, and the air around the turban grew, briefly, very cold. Harry knew, then, that the thing in the turban was reaching for him. The thing in the turban was casting its mind out into the corridor in a slow searching sweep, the way a muggle uses a torch in a cellar. Harry contracted himself. He drew himself in until he was a coin's worth of darkness in a corner of the wainscoting. He held himself there. He did not move. He did not make a sound. He let the thing in the turban sweep, and sweep, and sweep, and find nothing. The thing in the turban hissed, in a voice that was both furious and afraid, "Not tonight." The thing in the turban said, to Quirrell, in a voice the boy in the wainscoting could feel as a small heavy pressure, "Leave. Now. Come back another night. There is something in this corridor with us tonight that I have not met." Quirrell did not need to be told twice. Quirrell turned, almost falling, and stumbled down the corridor at a half-run. The locks behind him reset themselves with a small invisible chime. Harry, on the wainscoting, hung very still until Quirrell's footsteps had died, and the corridor was quiet again, and the torches were burning very steadily in their brackets. Then he flowed off the wainscoting, very quietly, and went home through the castle, and went to bed. In his bed he lay in his own boy's body and looked at the canopy. He thought, very small, with a kind of tired bright clear satisfaction, "He is going to be afraid of me now." He thought, not Quirrell. The other one. The one in the turban. He has met me. He does not know what I am. He is going to think about me for a long time, and he is going to be wrong about what I am, and he is going to be wrong, in particular, about how big I am. He thought, with a small fierce joy he had not allowed himself in many weeks, "I am 11. I am 11, and I have just made the most dangerous wizard in the world afraid of me. He does not know that yet. But he is going to learn." He closed his eyes. He slept. In the staff quarters, Quirrell sat on the edge of his bed for 2 hours with his head in his hands, and the thing in his turban hissed, very softly, into the back of his hair, again, the same single repeated word, "Who. In a high tower the headmaster sat over a small silver instrument and watched it twitch, twice, and go still. In a corner of the dormitory Hedwig opened one eye, looked at the curtains of her boy's bed, and closed it again. Outside the windows of Hogwarts the snow fell, very thick, in the long slow soft way of winter snow, and the castle went on quietly through the night, and the boy in the four-poster smiled in his sleep without knowing he was doing it. The second term of his first year was, in its small visible surface, the most ordinary term of his school career. He did his homework. He played seeker for Gryffindor, having been pressed into service by Wood after the famous business with Neville's Remembrall in the first flying lesson. He was, for an 11-year-old seeker, irritatingly good, and also visibly mortal, because he had decided early that he would not appear in the air as anything other than a quick clever boy with a fast hand. He let himself be knocked off his broom once. He let himself drop the snitch in practice. He let himself win against Hufflepuff with 3 minutes of actual difficulty at the end. Inside himself, in the long quiet place behind his sternum, the cupboard form watched him fly with a small interested approval. He had decided, after his first hunt, that the boy and the cupboard form needed to go on knowing each other. He had decided to let it be his quiet companion in the daylight as well as in the dark. The cupboard form, in the daylight, was very calm. The cupboard form watched the snitch. The cupboard form watched Hermione's hand go up in charms. The cupboard form watched Neville, very gently, water his small grey plant on the east side of the windowsill. The cupboard form, after a while, began to feel something Harry had not expected it to feel about Hermione and Neville and Ron. The cupboard form began to feel, in its long slow patient way, that these 3 small loud bright lives were, for it, fuel of a different kind than McNair had been. They were not the wanting. They were the anchor. Harry let himself notice this. He let himself, in his bed at night, file this away with a small, half-frightened gratitude. He had been afraid, lying in his bed on the night after McNair, that he was going to find himself, in the morning, looking at his friends with the same flat hunger with which he had looked at McNair on the bed. He had not. He looked at his friends with the small steady warmth of a boy who had, at last, somebody to be a boy for. The cupboard form, contrary to his fears, was helping him with this rather than fighting him on it. The cupboard form, like an old sheepdog, had decided that these 3 small loud bright lives were ones it was not going to take, and that it was therefore going to be very interested in keeping them safe. He did not, in the second term, hunt anyone in England. He had decided to keep that promise. He had decided, by the end of January, that the better way was to let the next round of hunts come to him. The men he was hunting did not stay home all the time. They traveled. They went to weddings and funerals and small private gatherings in back rooms. They came, occasionally, to Hogsmeade. He had only to wait. In late February he took Nott in a back room of the Hog's Head on a snowy Wednesday night, while the man's 2 traveling companions drank in the front bar. They found him an hour later slumped at the writing desk, the letter half done. They wrapped him in his cloak and carried him out the back without calling the innkeeper. The Daily Prophet did not report Nott's death. The Auror office knew. By March a small file marked suspected pattern had been opened on a desk in the third-floor office of Alastair Moody, who looked at every page of it twice with his magical eye and, at the end, said one word out loud, "Oh." He went, that afternoon, to see the headmaster of Hogwarts. Harry had not been there. Harry had been out by the lake with Ron and Hermione, watching Hermione throw small stones across the surface of the lake with a precision that nobody outside her own head was prepared to admire. Harry had not, as he watched Hermione's stones skip, known that an old scarred Auror was, at that moment, sitting in the headmaster's office at the top of the school, drinking a cup of weak tea, and saying, in a voice that did not at all match the cup, "Albus, you and I both know what it is. Question is, what's it doing in your school?" The headmaster had said, very quietly, "I would prefer not to tell you yet. I have been watching it. I do not yet entirely understand what I am watching." Moody had said, "You'd better understand soon. There hasn't been one of those things in this country in 200 years. They take swineherds and beachcombers. This thing is not a Lethifold doing what Lethifolds do. This thing is a Lethifold being directed. The headmaster had put his teacup down very slowly. He had said, "Alastair. Yes. I have begun to suspect. I would prefer to suspect a little longer before I act." Moody had looked at him for a long time with the small magical eye whirling. He had said, "All right, Albus. But if it's still doing it in May, I'm coming back with 2 of my best, and we're going to have a quiet talk with every boy in this castle, in the order I think likely." Moody had drained his cup, set it down, and limped out of the office. The headmaster sat at his desk for a long time after Moody had gone. He was, this winter, suspicious of a small bright thin Gryffindor first year whom he had personally placed in a cupboard 10 years ago as an act of love. He did not know yet what to do. He did not act, that day. He did not act, the next week. He decided, with a small old painful patience, that he would watch the boy a little longer. He would watch, and he would wait, and he would hope that he was wrong. He had been wrong before. He had wished, on every other occasion in his life, that he had not been right. He hoped, very quietly, in his office, that this would be the time he was wrong. Harry, by the lake, with Hermione's stone skipping along the surface of the water, did not know that an Auror with a magical eye had just spoken his future name in the office at the top of the school. He did, however, look up, briefly, in the middle of laughing at something Ron had said, and feel a very small quiet pull at the back of his thoughts, in a place he had begun to recognize as the place where the headmaster's attention sometimes touched him. He turned the laugh into a cough. He gave Ron a small private smile. He let the pull pass. He thought, "He is thinking about me again. The old man." He thought, with a small steadying breath, "That is all right. That is to be expected. That is what old men do." He thought, "I am going to outpace him. I am going to outpace all of them." He turned back to Hermione and asked her, with great seriousness, what the difference was between a stone skipping and a stone skimming. Hermione, who had been waiting all afternoon for somebody to ask her something pedantic, told him for a quarter of an hour. He listened to all of it. He laughed, in the middle of it, at the right places, and he let the laugh be a real laugh. The cupboard form, in him, watched the lake and was content. The exam term came in. The exam term went out. He did his exams. He scored, in each, exactly the height of academic competence he had decided on, a high exceeds expectations in everything, an outstanding only in defense against the dark arts, where he had decided, for once, to let himself enjoy the work, and where his practical exam left even Quirrell stuttering an honest, if frightened, compliment. The last week of term came up under a hot June sky. On the 3rd night of the last week, Quirrell came up the 3rd floor corridor again. This time he came at 3 in the morning. This time he came with a small grim certainty that he was not going to be turned back. This time the thing in his turban came, very loudly, in the air around his head, with the small whispered fury of a creature that had spent 6 months waiting for this hour and had decided that no whispered nightmare in the dark was going to put it off. Harry had been waiting. He had not been waiting on the wainscoting this time. He had been waiting along the oak door itself, very flat, where Quirrell would have to walk past him. He had decided he would not be a small whispered nightmare tonight. He would be a hand. When Quirrell raised his wand to the first lock, Harry came up off the door. He came up in a single long sweep. He came up around Quirrell's wand hand. He came up the man's arm. He came across the man's chest. He came across the man's face. He took Quirrell from the floor by way of the man's whole body, the way a wave takes a beach towel. Quirrell screamed. The thing in Quirrell's turban screamed louder, in a voice that was not Quirrell's voice. The thing in Quirrell's turban hissed, "Get off me, get off me, get off me, you small thing, you stupid small thing." Harry, around them both, did not get off. The thing in Quirrell's turban began to do magic. It did, through Quirrell's hand, 3 sharp thin curses that flicked off Harry's body the way rain flicks off a sheet of oilcloth. It did a Patronus charm, in a thin desperate voice, that flared, briefly, into a small silver wisp of nothing at all and went out. The thing in Quirrell's turban could not, evidently, hold a Patronus. The thing in Quirrell's turban was not, at this moment, in the kind of mind that produced silver stags. Harry began to feed. He did not mean to feed entirely. He had decided, in the bed, that he would feed only enough to take Quirrell out of the corridor. He had decided that he would not, tonight, kill the thing in the turban, because he did not yet entirely know what would happen if he did. He had decided that he would take only the part of Quirrell that was Quirrell, and leave the thing in the turban with no man to ride. He took, in 3 long quiet pulls, exactly what he had decided to take. Quirrell went very limp under him. Quirrell's small bright frightened eyes, behind his eyelids, went still. Quirrell's breath stopped. Quirrell's body, under Harry, sank into the floor of the corridor with the small quiet weight of a man who has finished. Harry came off Quirrell. He hung above the body in the corridor in his cupboard form and looked at the turban. The thing in the turban was screaming. The thing in the turban, freed from Quirrell's body, came out of the turban, very thin, very pale, in a long curl of grey and black smoke. It rose, in the dim corridor, into a thin shape that had a face in it and 2 long thin arms. It hissed, in a voice that filled the corridor without making any sound at all, You. What are you? You are not a child. Harry, in the corridor, said, in his interior cupboard voice, very gently, I am the dark you have been afraid of since you were 8 years old, Tom Riddle. The thing in the air went very still. The thing in the air, after a long moment, said in a voice that was no longer hissing but very small, Who told you that name? You did, said Harry. You told me, when you killed my mother. You leave very loud footprints in your kills. The thing in the air stared at him. Harry let himself rise, in the corridor, into a long thin sheet that was, briefly, taller than the corridor was. He did not, this time, contract. He let the thing in the air see what he was. He let it see all of him, in the long thin pouring shape of his cupboard form, hung in the air above the body of its fallen host, in the school the thing had thought it had been about to enter. He said, in the small voice it had taught him in his cupboard 4 years ago, Not tonight, Tom. The thing in the air, very quickly, very silently, fled. It went under a crack at the end of the corridor. It went out a window. It went, Harry felt, through a small thin fissure in a stone in the south wall of the castle, out into the night, away across the black grounds, away over the trees, away east, very fast, very small, into the dark. Harry hung above Quirrell's body for a long time and let himself feel what he felt. He felt, mostly, a small clean tired pleasure. He had taken a man tonight, and he had done it with no part of his old brother in the front bedroom in mind, because Quirrell had been, by the end, an instrument, and instruments did not have brothers in front bedrooms. He felt also a small steady satisfaction. He had let the thing in the turban look at him. He had let it know that there was, in the world, a small dark thing it had not, until tonight, known existed. He had let it carry that knowledge away. He thought, very quietly, in the corridor, it will come back. It will come back stronger. It will come back angry. It will spend whatever years it needs to spend gathering itself, and then it will come back. He thought, I have those years too. I am 11. I am going to be much bigger by the time it is back. He flowed off Quirrell's body. He flowed under the great oak door. He slipped, very quietly, past the 3-headed dog, which whined in its sleep at the small cold draught and did not wake. He went, very carefully, the long way round to the small chamber at the end of the trial. He found the small grimy parcel he had been waiting to find. He took it, in the small careful curl of his cupboard form, the way a Lethifold takes anything it wants to take that is not fuel, very gently, very precisely, with no waste. He brought it out, the same way he had come in. He left Quirrell's body in the corridor. He went up to the headmaster's office. The headmaster's office was, to a creature his size, an interesting puzzle. The headmaster's office had a gargoyle that did not, when one was thin and patient, present any real obstacle. The headmaster's office had its own internal door with a finger's breadth gap. The headmaster, at this hour, was asleep in the small inner room, and Harry hung along the wall above the headmaster's desk for a long quiet moment before he came down, very slowly, very gently, and laid the small grimy parcel on the blotter. He took, from one of the headmaster's quills, a single drop of ink. He used the drop of ink to write, on the corner of the blotter, in the smallest possible careful hand, "I do not want it." "He does. Do not let him have it." He flowed off the desk. He went out under the door. He went down through the school. He went home to bed. In the morning, when the headmaster came out of the inner room and crossed to his desk to begin the long work of a quiet end-of-term Sunday, the headmaster found, on his blotter, the philosopher's stone, and a single small line of ink that he read 3 times before he sat down very slowly in his chair and did not, for nearly an hour, move. In the corridor on the 3rd floor a body was found by a house elf, who fetched a portrait, who fetched a teacher, who fetched the school nurse, and there was a great deal of noise, and the school was told that Professor Quirrell had been found dead in the night of unknown causes which were assumed to be a sudden weakness of the heart brought on by overwork and ill health. The school murmured. The school was quietly relieved. Quirrell was not missed. Term ended. The students went home. Harry shook Hagrid's hand at the station, hugged Hermione, punched Ron gently on the shoulder, and promised to write. He boarded the Hogwarts Express and watched the country roll past him toward London. In a small office in the Auror department, Alastor Moody opened a thin file on his desk and looked, for a long time, at 4 photographs of 4 men he had once put on trial. He thought about the school nurse's report on Quirinus Quirrell. He shut the file. He put the file back in its drawer. He thought, with the small quiet care of an old hunter who has learned in his life when not to charge, "I will watch you, Albus. I will give you another year. But I am watching." In a high tower the headmaster of Hogwarts laid the philosopher's stone on his desk and put both hands on the desk on either side of it and looked at the small black handwriting on his blotter. He thought, with a slow heavy old grief that he had not allowed himself in many years, "I have made a mistake. I do not yet know how large a mistake. But I have made one." He looked at the line of ink for a long time. He did not, that morning, summon the small bright Gryffindor first year to his office. He thought, instead, that he would let the boy go home for the summer. He thought he would, in the autumn, find some way to begin a careful conversation. He thought he would, between now and then, learn very much more than he had so far been willing to learn. The ink, on his blotter, said, "I do not want it." "He does. Do not let him have it." The headmaster, in his chair, allowed himself, briefly, to almost smile. He thought, well. At least the boy and I, on this one matter, agree. Outside the windows of Hogwarts the summer came up in long bright sweeps, and the train carried its children south through the green country, and at one of the carriage windows a small thin Gryffindor first year leaned his forehead against the glass, and looked at the rolling fields, and smiled, very small, at his own reflection. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, Whispers in the Dark. He did not go back to Privet Drive. He had told the headmaster that he intended to spend the summer somewhere else, in a small careful letter sent up to the high office on the morning of the last day of term. The headmaster had written back, in his small neat green ink hand, "Of course, dear boy," and had arranged with the Weasley family that Harry should be received at the Burrow for the second half of August, and with Tom at the Leaky Cauldron for the first half. The headmaster had not, in the letter, asked any questions. The headmaster had not asked Harry whether he was sure. The headmaster had not, in fact, asked Harry anything that whole summer. Harry took this for what it was. The headmaster had read his small line of black ink on the blotter. The headmaster had decided to wait. The headmaster had decided, with the patience of an old man who had learned to wait, that Harry would tell him when Harry was ready. Harry, on his side, had decided that he would tell the headmaster nothing for at least a year. He did, however, write to Mrs. Figg. He wrote to her on the second morning he was at the Leaky Cauldron, sitting at one of the small round wooden tables in the empty front room with a cup of tea by his elbow and Hedwig on the back of the chair. He wrote, in a small careful hand, "Dear Mrs. Figg, I am no longer at Privet Drive. I am at school in Scotland, as you knew I would be, and I am safe. I am writing because I want to thank you for the Battenberg, and for the cats, and for the things you said. You were very kind to me when nobody else was. I will not forget that. I will write to you again at Christmas. Yours, Harry." He sent Hedwig off with the letter at noon. She was back the next day with a reply on a single sheet of stiff cream paper that smelled faintly of cabbage and that read, in a thin careful old hand, "Dear Harry, be careful of all the people who love you, especially the ones with white beards. They mean very well. They are not, on the whole, very good listeners. Tell me, when you write at Christmas, whether you have begun to dream in the new house." Mrs. F. Harry read the letter twice. He read it a third time. He folded it and put it into the lining of his trunk, in the place where the names had once been. He did not write back. He spent the first 2 weeks of August in London. He did not waste them. He had decided, on the train south, that he would, in the second year, broaden his hunting beyond the 6 original names from the back room of Borgin and Burke's. He had, by the end of his first year, taken 5 of those 6. The 6th was Lucius Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy was not a man one took quickly. Lucius Malfoy was a man one took with great care, after long preparation, in the right week of the right year, with the right knowledge of every door and every staircase and every house elf in his very large house. Harry was not, this August, ready for him. He decided he would be ready by Easter. He spent the August nights, in the cupboard form, in London. He drifted along the rooftops of the Ministry of Magic, which from above was a great cluster of low fountains over a great glass roof. He found, with patience, the back chimney that came up out of the Auror office and sat along it for hours and listened to the small distant noise of meetings. He found his way, with even more patience, into the holding cells under the courtroom, and he found that the cells were, at this hour, empty, and he found that the small charm on the cell doors was the same charm that had been on the third-floor corridor at Hogwarts, and that the charm did not, when he flowed past it very slowly, react to him at all. He filed this away. He went, on the third Friday, into Knockturn Alley. He did not go to Borgin and Burke's. The Borgin and Burke's meeting room was, by now, watched. He had decided, in his first week of summer, that he would not go back to it for at least 2 years. He went, instead, to a small unnamed shop further down the alley that sold, in its front window, a great many objects he did not have names for and that he suspected had not been legal, in this country, for the better part of a century. He hung along the lintel of the back door for 2 hours. He learned, from the soft small conversations that came out of the cellar below, that the shop was a private bank for a particular kind of clientele, and that the particular kind of clientele included, on Wednesdays, a man called Antonin Dolohov, who was, the conversation suggested, on the long quiet road back from his time in hiding in Argentina and was making, this season, a small series of careful inquiries about old contacts. Harry filed Antonin Dolohov away with the others. He did not take Dolohov that summer. He had decided, in the cupboard form, that he would not take any of them in the summer. The summer was for preparation. The summer was for maps. He spent the second half of August at the Burrow. The Burrow was the loudest place he had ever lived. The Burrow was full of red-headed people with bright voices who shouted up the stairs and slammed doors and burned eggs and laughed at one another's burned eggs and had, all of them, no sense at all of personal silence. He loved it instantly. He had not known, before he had walked into the Weasleys' kitchen and been hugged by Mrs. Weasley as if he were a piece of warm bread that needed buttering, that there was such a thing in the world. He did not, after the first hour, know how he had ever lived without it. He helped Bill in the garden. He helped Charlie clean out a chimney. He helped Mr. Weasley, with a small careful interest, take apart and reassemble a Muggle wireless. He did not, in any of these activities, show the Weasleys any of his cleverness. He let himself be, in their kitchen, an ordinary slightly thin slightly serious 12-year-old who needed feeding up and who was very polite to other people's mothers. On his fourth night at the Burrow, in the small bed in Ron's attic room, he reached out, very carefully, in his half-asleep state, with the small interior reach of his cupboard form, and he touched the dreams of every Weasley in the house. He did this the way another boy might tap a row of glass jars, very lightly, to hear which ones rang true. They all rang true. Bill was dreaming of a curse he was going to break in a tomb. Charlie was dreaming of a Welsh green hatching. Percy was dreaming of a memo he intended to write. Fred and George were both dreaming, with a peculiar coordinated rhythm, of an extension of an old joke involving a bucket and the mantelpiece. Ron was dreaming of being a chess piece in a great game on a great board and was winning, against everybody's expectations, with the small grim pleasure of a boy who had spent a lot of his life being expected to lose. Ginny, in her bedroom on the floor below, was dreaming of him. He paused at Ginny's dream. It was not, he understood at once, the small embarrassing dream of a girl her age. It was something else. There were two voices in Ginny's dream. One was Ginny's own thin frightened private voice. The other was a voice that did not, in any way, belong in a small girl's bedroom in the country. The other voice was a thin cold smooth voice that was, even at this distance, sliding into Ginny's small frightened voice and slowly, by careful patient lengths, taking over the shape of it. Harry, in his bed in the attic, went very still. He did not enter Ginny's dream. He pulled back, very gently, the way he would have pulled back from a snake. He did not want, this early, to alert the second voice that there was anything in the house. He hung very small in his half-sleep and listened, instead, to the place in Ginny's dream where the second voice came from. The place was not Ginny. The place was something Ginny had with her. Something she had taken to bed with her. A small object, by the feel of it. A book. A book that was not a book. Harry, in the attic, opened his eyes very slowly in the dark. He thought, I have felt this hum before. He had. He had felt it, once, in Hagrid's coat pocket on the way out of Gringotts. He had felt it at the back of the third-floor corridor on his fourth night at Hogwarts. He had felt it in the air around Quirrell's turban. He thought, there is a Horcrux in this house. He had read the word in his second term. He had read the word in a book he had not, in the end, been able to take out of the library because the book had, at the moment he had laid his hand on it, made a small thin protesting noise that the librarian had heard from 3 aisles away. He had had to read the book in the library, very carefully, in 3 short sessions, with his back to the door. The book had told him what a Horcrux was. The book had not told him how to destroy one. The book had told him that one was something nobody, in the long moral history of the wizarding world, had ever been able to undo lightly. He thought, in the attic of the Burrow, at 2:30 in the morning, there is a Horcrux of his in this house. He has put it in the school book of an 11-year-old girl. He is using the 11-year-old girl to get at the school. He is going to make her do something at the school. He is going to use her, if I let him, until there is no Ginny left in her body. He thought, with a slow cold steady anger, not in this house. He got up out of bed. He drew the curtains very gently. He padded, in his pajamas and his boy's body, down the long thin attic stair. He did not, at this hour, in this house full of sleeping wizards, dare to go in his cupboard form. He moved as the boy. He moved in the small careful socked foot way he had been moving in houses since he was 4 years old. Ginny's door was ajar. Ginny was breathing the slow uneven breath of a child whose dreams were eating her. The room was full of the soft warm dark of a summer night in the country, and the small tidy clutter of a girl who had been packing her trunk for school all afternoon. The trunk lay open at the foot of her bed. The book was on her bedside table. It was a small black book. Its cover said, in faded letters, T.M. Riddle. It was breathing. He went to the table. He stood over the book. He thought, with the small clear weighing he had been practicing, I cannot take this here. I cannot take it in this house. The Weasleys will hear if I do anything large. The thing in the book is a Horcrux. The thing in the book is, in some real and dangerous sense, the man who killed my parents. If I open it now, in this room, with Ginny 3 feet away from it, the thing inside it will know where it is, and it will fight, and it will hurt her. He thought, I am going to take it out of this room. I am going to take it out of this house. I am going to take it somewhere where the only person it can hurt is me. He picked up the book. The book made a small soft noise like a sigh. The book felt, in his hand, exactly the way Mrs. Fig's silver compass had felt, small, old, alive, not entirely asleep. Ginny shifted in her bed and made a small unhappy sound. He held the book very still until she was quiet. Then he padded back out of the room, up the attic stair, into Ron's bedroom, into his own small bed, and lay there with the book under his pillow and his hand on it until first light. In the morning he wrote a letter. The letter was very short. It said, Headmaster, there is a Horcrux in this house. I have removed it from where it was. I do not know where you would prefer me to bring it. I am at the Burrow until Monday. I would prefer not to bring it back into the school in any other hand than yours. He sent Hedwig with the letter at 6. Hedwig was back with a reply at 9:30, on the same small piece of cream paper the headmaster used for everything. The reply said, Bring it. I will meet you at the front gate of Hogwarts at midnight on the last day of August. Yours, A. P. W. B. D. P.S. Thank you. Harry folded the reply and burned it in the kitchen fire. He kept the book wrapped in 3 of Mrs. Weasley's old tea-cloths and tied with a kitchen string, in the lining of his trunk, for the rest of the summer. The book made small soft noises at night, the way a sleeping cat does. He did not open it. On the last day of August he met the headmaster at the front gate of Hogwarts at midnight. The headmaster was alone. The headmaster was not in his ordinary teaching robes. The headmaster was in a long dark traveling cloak that gave him, in the moonlight, the look of a much younger man. He carried, in one hand, a small ornate silver casket. The casket had no lock. The casket, when the headmaster set it on the gate post and lifted the lid, was lined in soft red velvet with 3 small loops of silk in it, like the loops one finds inside the case of an old violin. Harry handed the headmaster the bundle of tea-cloths. The headmaster did not unwrap the bundle. The headmaster set the bundle, very gently, in the silver casket. The headmaster closed the lid. The lid clicked. The casket made a small soft noise like a sigh. The headmaster looked at Harry over the casket. Will you come up to the castle, he said, and have a cup of tea with me? Yes, headmaster. They walked up the lane together. They did not talk on the way up. The summer night was warm. The crickets in the hedge were loud. A small bat went over them, twice, in a small interested circle. In the headmaster's office, in the dimness, with the silver casket on the desk between them and a teapot brewing on the corner of the hearth, the headmaster sat down opposite Harry and folded his long fingers over the desk and looked at Harry for a long moment. He said, I would like, this evening, to ask you 4 questions. I would like you to answer them, if you can. I will not require you to answer them. Some of them, you may not yet know the answer to. If you do not, I would like to hear that as well. Yes, headmaster. The headmaster nodded. First, the headmaster said. Are you well? Harry let his face be small and honest. He thought about the question seriously for a moment. He said, I am. Better than I have been in a long time. The headmaster inclined his head. Second, the headmaster said. Is what is happening in you, in your judgment, a thing that the people in this castle should be afraid of. Harry thought about this for longer. He said, finally, I do not know what they should be afraid of, sir. I know what I am afraid of for them. I am not afraid of myself, around them. I am very afraid of him, around them. I see, said the headmaster. Third. Are you? And the headmaster's eyes went, for half a second, toward the casket, in any small sense, with the rest of him in any way. Harry said, I do not believe so. Have you tested? I have, said Harry. He met the headmaster's eyes. He did not, this time, try to keep his face small. He let the headmaster see him. He said, I am not him. There is a thing in me that is not him. There is a thing in him that is, perhaps, related to a thing in me, but the thing in me is not from him. I have had it since I was 7. The headmaster did not move for a long moment. The headmaster said, very softly, since you were 7. Yes, sir. In your aunt's house. Yes, sir. The headmaster closed his eyes. The headmaster sat very still with his eyes closed. A long moment went by. The teapot on the hearth made a small soft singing noise. Somewhere outside the open window an owl, possibly Hedwig, called, with a small interrogative hoot, into the dark. The headmaster opened his eyes. The headmaster said, I am going to tell you something, Harry, that I have not, in this office, said aloud to any other person in 12 years. He paused. He said, very simply, I was wrong. Harry did not say anything. The headmaster said, I was wrong to have placed you in that house. I am very sorry. I will not, by saying this, undo what was done. You have already, by your own care, undone what could be undone. There is, however, a thing I owe you, and I would like, this evening, to begin paying it. Harry inclined his head, very small. He said, thank you, headmaster. Fourth, said the headmaster, after another moment. What do you intend to do? Harry looked at the silver casket between them on the desk. He looked at the headmaster's long careful old face. He thought, with the small clear weighing he had been practicing for nearly 5 years, about what he was about to say. He thought about how much of it the headmaster would believe, and how much of it the headmaster would not. He decided, in the dim office, with the teapot singing on the hearth, to tell the headmaster the truth. He said, I intend to take him in his sleep, sir. I intend to take all of him, every piece, in every place he has hidden a piece. I intend to make the wizarding world safe in a way no other plan I have heard of in your books will make it safe. I intend to do this without becoming, in the doing of it, a thing the wizarding world will need to take in its sleep next. He paused. He said, very quietly, I would like you to help me. The headmaster looked at him for a long moment. The headmaster said, I would like that, Harry. He poured the tea. They sat for a long time over the tea, in the dim office, and the headmaster told him, in a quiet careful old voice, what he knew about Horcruxes. The headmaster knew a great deal. The headmaster had been thinking about Horcruxes, in a private quiet professional way, for many years. The headmaster told Harry what he knew about Tom Riddle. The headmaster told Harry, with a certain steady old grief, about Tom Riddle's mother and Tom Riddle's father and Tom Riddle's youth in the orphanage and Tom Riddle's first murder at the age of 15 and Tom Riddle's later murders at greater and greater intervals and the Chamber of Secrets and the basilisk and the diary that was now sitting in the silver casket on the desk between them. Harry listened. Harry took notes, in his head, in the long quiet careful way he had been taking notes in his head for years. He said, when the headmaster had told him the last of what he knew, how many Horcruxes do you think he made? The headmaster said, I have no way of being certain. He always preferred, in school, the number 7. Then 6 pieces of him outside himself. Yes. And 1 in himself. Yes. I have 1 in this castle in your silver casket. There is one, somewhere, on a man called Quirrell who is buried in the school graveyard. I have already destroyed that one. The headmaster's eyes flickered. You have. I drank it, sir. The headmaster did not say anything for a long moment. You drank it. I did, sir. The night I took Quirrell in the corridor. The fragment came out of the turban. It tried to flee. I let it think it had. It did not, in fact, get more than 3 feet beyond the south wall of the castle. I caught it, very small, very fast, in the air over the lake. I took it the way I take any piece of him. There is no ghost of him left in this castle, sir, that I did not put in your silver casket tonight. The headmaster, in his chair, set down his teacup very slowly, as he had now set down a great many teacups in this room in this year, and he looked at Harry for a long careful old moment. He said, Harry. Yes, sir. You have been, for 1 year now in this school, quite a great deal more frightening than I had begun to suspect. Harry inclined his head, very small. He said, Yes, sir. The headmaster, with a small old painful smile that was not quite a smile, said, I am, on the whole, very glad. He poured another cup of tea. They worked, that night and over the next several months, in a small quiet alliance that the rest of the school never knew about. The headmaster gave Harry the names. The headmaster gave Harry, in the long careful months of the second year, the locations he had begun to suspect for each of the remaining Horcruxes: a ring in the ruined house in the village of Little Hangleton, a locket once owned by Salazar Slytherin and currently, the headmaster believed, in the possession of one of Tom Riddle's old followers, a cup once owned by Helga Hufflepuff and currently, the headmaster believed, in the vault of one of Tom Riddle's most loyal followers, a diadem once owned by Rowena Ravenclaw and currently, the headmaster suspected, in the school itself, a snake, currently still alive somewhere in Albania, that Tom Riddle had been carrying with him for years. Harry took the diadem in October. He took it in the cupboard form in the dead of night, out of the room of requirement, where it had been hidden behind a mountain of forgotten objects, by the simple expedient of flowing under and around the great heap until he had reached the small bright dark hum at the center and had lifted the diadem off its bust and brought it out. He brought it to the headmaster in his office before breakfast. He drank the fragment of soul in the diadem in the headmaster's office, with the headmaster sitting opposite him, and the headmaster watched him drink it with an expression on his face that Harry did not let himself look at directly. Harry took the ring at Christmas. He took it from the ruined house in Little Hangleton, in the cupboard form, after a long careful night of travel by means of 3 sequential trains in which he hid in the small dark space behind a luggage rack. He brought the ring back. He brought the curse on the ring, also, very gently, into himself and held it there for a moment, and the curse, on a small thin lethifold, found nothing it could grip, and went out. He drank the fragment in the ring on the morning of Boxing Day in the headmaster's office. The headmaster, by then, had stopped trying to hide his face when Harry did this. The headmaster had let his old face go, simply, into the long careful watching of an old gardener who is, against his better judgment, learning to love a new and slightly terrifying tree. By February they had 3. By March they had 3. In April, on the night of the new moon, Harry took Lucius Malfoy. He had been preparing for it for 9 months. He had been into Malfoy Manor 4 times before, in the cupboard form, by night, very small, very flat, very quietly, on long careful crawls along the inside of the south wall. He had mapped every door. He had counted every house elf. He had felt, on his 3rd visit, the very small old hum of a particular silver locket that Lucius kept in the false bottom of a chest in his study and that the headmaster, when Harry described it to him on a Sunday afternoon, had inclined his head over with the small careful satisfaction of a man whose long suspicions had been confirmed. Harry had decided that he would take both at once. He had decided that he would take Lucius, in his own bed, with Narcissa beside him, and that he would take the locket out of the false bottom of the chest in the study at the same time, and that he would do both with such quiet efficiency that nobody in the house would know anything had happened until well into the morning. He had decided, in particular, that he would not take Narcissa. Narcissa, on his 3 previous visits, had been a slow steady warm sleeper at her husband's side. Narcissa had been a woman who was, in his judgment, no more guilty than the brother in the front bedroom of the Hogsmeade smallholding. Narcissa was the mother of the small pale boy from Madame Malkin's, whom Harry had decided, with the long quiet weighing he applied to all such things, was a child in the wrong place at the wrong age, not a man in his own right, not yet. Narcissa's hands, in the dream Harry had once briefly looked at, had been full of small unspoken regret. He took Lucius. He took him very quietly, in the dark, with Narcissa breathing beside him, and Lucius's dream did not, in the end, have the dignity of even the chase McNair had been having. Lucius's dream was of a man at a ministry dinner trying, with a small grim panic, to keep a wine-glass full. Lucius's dream went thin and went cold and went out, and Lucius, in his own bed with his own wife beside him, sank very slowly into the mattress with the small final stillness of a man who had finished. Harry left the bed. He flowed across the room. He flowed under the door. He flowed along the corridor to the study. He found the false bottom of the chest. He took out the locket. He brought the locket out of the house in the small careful curl of his cupboard form. He brought it across the lawn. He brought it over the wall. He brought it, by the long road of the night, back to Hogwarts, and laid it on the headmaster's desk in the empty office, with no note this time. In the morning Narcissa Malfoy woke up beside her dead husband and screamed. The headmaster, in his office, looked at the small silver locket on the corner of his blotter and said, very softly, 5. He looked up. He looked across the office at Harry, who had come in at a polite knock on the door at 7:15 in the morning, in his dressing gown, with his hair on end, and a small careful tired expression on his face. The headmaster said, Harry. Sit down. Harry sat. The headmaster said, 5. 3 of his hidden pieces, plus the diary, plus the fragment in Quirrell. There remain the cup and the snake. The cup is in a vault in Gringotts and very difficult to reach. The snake, we believe, is in Albania. He will, in time, fetch it. We will, when he does, have the chance to take it. I would like you to wait, on the snake, until he has come for it himself. Harry inclined his head. The headmaster said, about the cup. Harry said, the cup is in the Lestrange vault. The headmaster's eyebrows went up a small careful inch. It is, sir, said Harry. Lucius told me. In the very last second. People tell me a great many things in the very last second. I have begun to expect it. The headmaster looked at him for a long moment. The headmaster said, Harry. Yes, sir. The headmaster said, I would like you to do something for me. I would like you to take a moment, every now and then, in the next 5 years, to sit very still in your own body and remember the boy you were before the cupboard. I would like you to remember the things you wanted then. I would like you not to lose them. I would like you, when the work is done, to have something other than the work to come home to. Harry, in the chair, did not, for a long moment, say anything. He said, finally, I am trying, headmaster. The headmaster nodded. The headmaster said, I know. He poured the tea. They sat in the dim office for a long quiet moment in the early morning, an old man and a boy, and beyond the windows of the school the sky began, very slowly, to lighten over the forbidden forest, and somewhere out in the country Narcissa Malfoy sat by the body of her husband and did not weep, and somewhere in Albania a thin cold thing in the form of a half-corporeal snake stirred under a fallen log and dreamed, very uneasily, of a small black shape moving across a child's bed. The basilisk, Harry took in May. He had not, at first, intended to take it. He had decided, after the headmaster had told him the story of the Chamber of Secrets in the long August conversation in the office, that the basilisk was the school's problem and not his. The school's problem ought, where possible, to be solved by the school. But by April it had begun to be clear, from a long thin sequence of small things, that the basilisk was no longer simply the school's problem. Tom Riddle had used it once and was, in his current diminished way, fond of it. Tom Riddle, the headmaster believed, had fed it for years on the small quiet meals of the lower school's least watched cats. Tom Riddle, in his old plans, had probably intended to open the chamber again himself, in a body of his own, when he had finally got one. Harry had decided, in the 3rd week of April, that he would not let Tom have the snake. He went down on a Wednesday night. The chamber's mouth was, as the headmaster had at last admitted, in the second-floor girls' lavatory. Harry had been at the entrance several times in the cupboard form, on his nightly drifts, and had taken a long careful interest in the small stylized serpent on the side of one of the taps. He had not, on any of his drifts, opened the chamber. The chamber required Parseltongue. Harry, before that night, had not known whether he had Parseltongue. He had decided, in the short summer holidays after his first year, not to find out, on the principle that there were enough things about him that the wizarding world was going to find startling without his adding extra ones. He had also decided, in the spring of his 2nd year, that he probably did, because of the place from which the cupboard form had come. He had decided that the cupboard form had come, in part, from the small piece of Tom Riddle that had been in him since he was a baby, and that the small piece of Tom Riddle had brought a number of small Tom Riddle gifts with it, and that one of them was likely to be Parseltongue. He had also decided that the small piece of Tom Riddle was no longer in him. He did not entirely know when he had absorbed it. It had not been in any one particular night. It had been a slow long quiet draining, over the 4 years between the cupboard and Hogwarts, in which the cupboard form had, very gently, in the small careful way it had with all things in him that did not belong there, taken the small piece of Tom Riddle apart and put it, in the long quiet drawer behind his sternum, alongside everything else. He thought, on the morning of the 3rd Wednesday in April, sitting at breakfast in the great hall, that he would test this in the lavatory at midnight. He went down. He stood in front of the tap with the small stylized serpent on it. He looked at the serpent for a long time. He thought about the language. He thought about how he had thought about it, this morning, from a distance, as a thing one might or might not have. He thought about how, since the morning, he had begun, with a small steady quietness, to think about it differently. He had begun, since the morning, to think about Parseltongue not as a thing one might or might not have, but as a thing one had simply not yet bothered to use. He looked at the serpent on the tap, and he said, in a voice that came out of him very small but did not, as he said it, sound at all the way English sounded, open. The tap moved. The wall opened. He went down. The Chamber of Secrets was not, at the bottom of the long pipe, very impressive. It was a great long stone hall full of very old serpent statues and a great deal of bone meal on the floor and a small thin pile of old sloughed snakeskins in the corner. The basilisk was at the far end of the hall, asleep on a flagstone in front of the great stone face of Salazar Slytherin, with its enormous head laid across one front paw the way a great old dog lays its head across a paw in front of a fire. Harry hung along the side wall in the cupboard form for a long time and looked at it. He thought, I do not, on the whole, want to take this. This is a creature. This is not a man. He thought, but the man it has been kept for is not going to leave it alone. The man it has been kept for is going to find a way back to it, in time. The man it has been kept for, in his diminished form, is a thing that uses living creatures up. The basilisk has been used for 1,000 years already. The basilisk has had, in any human sense, no life. The basilisk, in this hall, is not asleep. The basilisk is waiting. He thought, I am sorry. He came down off the wall. The basilisk, at the far end of the hall, did not stir. It was a very deep sleeper. It was a sleeper whose dream was a dream of a very long darkness in which only one voice had ever called and only one master had ever come. Harry came along the floor of the chamber. He came along the side of the great body. He came up and over the great blunt head. He spread himself, in the long thin patient way the cupboard form had learned, over the closed eyes, over the slits of the nostrils, over the great long dry mouth. He fed. He fed for a long time. The basilisk was old, and slow, and very large, and the sole thing in it was correspondingly old and slow and large, and it took him longer than McNair and longer than Lucius and longer than any of the others. The basilisk did not wake. The basilisk, inside its long dream, slid, by the slow steady drawing in of him, into the small final stillness of an animal that had at last been allowed, after 1,000 years, to die. When it was done, Harry hung above the body for a long careful moment. He did not feel about the basilisk the way he had felt about McNair. He did not feel the small clean cold sadness that had surprised him on the bed in the smallholding. He felt, instead, a small clean grave gratitude. The basilisk had, in the end, been a creature that had not deserved any of what it had had. The basilisk had been used. The basilisk had been left alone in this hall for 1,000 years. The basilisk, in being taken, had been at last released. He thought, very small, in the cupboard form, looking down at the great still body in the dim chamber, I will remember you, too. He flowed up the pipe. He flowed up the wall. He came out under the lavatory door. He went back to bed. In the morning he told the headmaster, very simply, what he had done, and the headmaster, who was no longer surprised by any of it, sat in his chair and looked at his hands for a long moment, and said, finally, I think we may be a school free of one of its old shames now, Harry. He poured the tea. The exam term came in. The exam term went out. He scored, again, his agreed height of academic competence in everything but defense. In defense he scored, this year, a quiet effortless outstanding. The new defense professor, a small mild man called Lupin who had only just been appointed for the following year as a maternity leave cover, had, on his single visit to the school in May, sat in on the exam and watched Harry work, and had, at the end, come up to him and shaken his hand and said, in a careful gentle voice that Harry had liked, well done, Harry. Your father would be very proud. Harry had said, thank you, sir. He had thought, very small, I do not know whether my father would or not. My father was not, in his way, a careful man. The thing I have become would have alarmed him. He had thought, I will, perhaps, in time, find out from this man what my father was. He had liked Lupin. He had filed Lupin away in the small careful drawer in him in which he kept the people he liked and was going to, in time, learn to trust. The Hogwarts Express rolled south through the green country on the 1st of July, with Harry at one of its windows and Hermione next to him asleep with her cheek on his shoulder and Ron across from them with his mouth open and a half-eaten chocolate frog on his knee. Harry, at the window, watched the country go past. In the silver casket on the headmaster's desk, 4 small old pieces of dark soul fragment lay quiet under a charm the headmaster had placed there himself. In a small drawer in the headmaster's desk, the 4 small old physical objects that had once held the 4 small old pieces of dark soul fragment lay quiet, and the diadem of Ravenclaw and the locket of Slytherin and the ring of the Gaunts and the diary of Tom Riddle waited for the day, perhaps soon, when they could be put back, in some careful way, into the world. In the small bone-meal floor of the Chamber of Secrets, a great old body lay quiet, and the small dark hum of it had gone forever out. In a country he had never seen, a thin cold thing in a half-corporeal form began, slowly, to gather itself for the long road home. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The Soul Hunter. The thing in Albania came home in the autumn of his 3rd year. It came not as a spirit on the wind but as a body, of a kind. It had taken 18 months. It had taken, by the time it stood again on its own 2 feet in a cellar in Wiltshire, the lives of 3 goats, 2 pilgrims, 1 Death Eater volunteer who had been promised great rewards for his service and had got, for them, a small hollow bone-white skull and a shallow grave, and the unicorn blood of 3 more unicorns shipped from a private menagerie in Romania at considerable expense by a Death Eater financier called Knot, a cousin of the late Knot, who had, over the summer, taken up the Family business with a small thin smile and a long quiet new grudge. Harry had been ready for it. He had been ready, in fact, since April. The headmaster had warned him, on the day after Lucius, that the man would by then have begun to gather the few remaining helpers he could trust, and that the gathering would, by the autumn of Harry's third year, produce something one could call, in the loosest sense, a body. The headmaster had said, on that day, in his office, would prefer, Harry, that we do not let him be in that body for very long. Harry had said, I would prefer that as well, sir. He had spent the summer between his second and third years partly at the Burrow and partly in a small careful series of one-night visits to a number of places the headmaster had begun to send him. He had taken 3 more men in those visits, a low-level Death Eater financier in Marseille whom the headmaster had identified as the buyer of the unicorns, a creature supplier in Riga whom the headmaster had identified as the buyer of certain other things, and a small thin grey woman in a cottage in Cornwall who had, in 1981, betrayed the location of a safe house in which 2 Aurors had subsequently been killed, and who had, since 1981, lived in her cottage with a dog and a great quiet shame. And who, when Harry had taken her, had not even, in her sleep, fought him. He had done that one with a small clean sadness. He had, by the end of the summer, allowed himself to begin to feel his sadnesses without being slowed by them. He had decided, in the cottage in Cornwall, that he would let himself feel everything and do the work anyway. The boy was the one who felt. The cupboard form was the one who did the work. They were, by the end of his second year, in a small steady working partnership. He had also, in the summer, with the headmaster's careful help, broken into the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. He had not done it alone. He had done it in concert with a small careful young goblin called Griphook whom the headmaster had recruited at considerable cost over the spring. He had done it as the cupboard form, riding in the inner pocket of Griphook's coat, the way a small thin handkerchief rides in the pocket of a respectable man. He had been very still and very flat in Griphook's pocket, all the way down through the long stone tunnels of Gringotts, and he had, when Griphook had at last turned the door of the Lestrange vault, slipped out of the pocket and onto the stone floor and across the floor and over the small Geminio-charmed pile of false treasure and into the small dark space behind the false pile, where the cup of Helga Hufflepuff sat on a small velvet pedestal, breathing. He had taken the cup in the same way he had taken the diadem and the locket and the ring. He had not, in the vault, attempted to drink the fragment in it. He had decided to do that only in the headmaster's office, with the headmaster watching, with the small quiet ritual they had built up over the year. He had carried the cup, in the cupboard form, out of the vault and back into Griphook's inner pocket and up through the long stone tunnels and out into the marble lobby of Gringotts and out through the great brass doors and into the alley, where Griphook had, with a small precise nod that nobody on the steps had noticed, handed the cup over to Harry's own waiting hands, in the small careful way of a man delivering an umbrella to a lady at a coat check. Harry had paid Griphook, on the spot, with a small careful sum of gold the headmaster had set aside for the purpose. Griphook had inclined his head. Griphook had walked off into the alley and had not, as far as Harry knew, ever spoken about the morning to anyone. Harry had brought the cup, in his own pocket, on the train, all the way to Hogwarts, on the 1st of September. He had drunk the fragment in the headmaster's office, on the second day of term, at 5:30 in the morning, with the headmaster sitting opposite him in a chair and Hedwig watching from the perch. The headmaster had said, when it was done, 6. Harry had said, 6. The headmaster had said, there is the snake. There is Tom himself. Harry had said, yes. The headmaster had said, both of them at once, I think. Harry had said, yes. The headmaster had said, when? Harry had said, whenever he comes for me. The headmaster had nodded. The headmaster had not, in fact, expected to have to wait very long. Tom came for him at the end of October. Harry was 13. The third year, in Hogwarts, had been, on its surface, the easiest year of his school life. Lupin, the new defense professor, was a tired careful kind man who taught well and who liked Harry and whom Harry, in turn, liked back, in the small careful way Harry had begun to allow himself with people. Hermione, in her 3rd year, had become, in addition to her other things, a friend of a kind Harry had not known he was capable of having, a friend whose mind moved at the same speed as his own, and who had begun, over the summer, to observe him with a small steady careful attention that he had decided not to deflect any more. He had begun, in the autumn, to tell her some things. Not the cupboard form. Not the names. But the small surface things. The sleeping lightly. The patience. The headmaster's notes. The fact that he sometimes had business that he could not, this term, explain. She had, with the small grave intelligence of a girl who had spent her life being told things she did not wish to know, said only, "All right, Harry, and tell me when you can." Ron had been less easy. Ron had noticed, in his own slower way, that Harry sometimes left the dormitory at strange hours, and that Harry sometimes came in to breakfast with a small tired serious look, and that Harry was not, like the other boys his age, much interested in girls or Quidditch or pranking the Slytherins. Ron had not, at first, asked. Ron had, in late October, on the night of the 31st, asked. He had asked in the dormitory, at 10:30, with the curtains of the 4 posters drawn around them and Neville and Seamus and Dean already asleep. He had said, "Harry." Harry had said, Ron had said, "Are you doing something? You know. Something serious." Harry had been quiet for a long moment. He had said, "Yes, Ron." Ron had been quiet too. Ron had said, "Is it? You know. Is it something my mum would mind?" Harry had thought about that. He had said, "Yes. She would mind a great deal. She would not, however, want me to stop." Ron had been quiet for another long moment. Ron had said, "All right, Harry." Harry had liked Ron, very much, in that moment, in a way he had not liked anyone in his life before. Ron had not asked him what it was. Ron had not asked him to stop. Ron had asked him, in his own small Weasley way, only one thing: was it the kind of work Mum would mind? Ron had then, on hearing that it was, accepted that it had to be done anyway. Harry had thought, in his bed in the dark, that he would, one day, perhaps very far away from this night, owe Ron Weasley a great deal of what was good in him, simply for that one quiet conversation in the dormitory. He had said, "Ron." Ron had said, "Yeah. Don't ask me about it again. Not for a while. When I can tell you, I will." "All right, Harry." They had gone to sleep. Hermione came for him in the library 2 days later. She came at 9 in the evening, between her last lesson and curfew, with a stack of books under one arm and a small thin pinched look on her face. She sat down, very deliberately, in the chair across from him. She set the books down. She folded her hands on the table. She said, "Harry." "Hermione. I've worked it out. Most of it. I want to tell you what I think, and I want you to tell me whether I am right or wrong. I will not tell anybody. I have been thinking about this for 1.5 years. I would like to stop thinking about it alone." He set his quill down. He looked at her for a long moment over the books. He had been wondering, in the careful corner of him that wondered about Hermione, when this evening would arrive. He had thought it would be in the autumn of 4th year. He had been off by 1 year. He said, "All right, Hermione." She said, in the small careful voice of a girl who had spent 2 years building up a theory in private, "You are an animagus. You became an animagus before you came to Hogwarts. You are an animagus of a kind that the wizarding world considers, on the whole, very dangerous. I have not been able to find out, in any book in this library, what kind. Every time I think I have it, the description is wrong in 1 or 2 important ways. The closest I have come is in a Brazilian textbook in the restricted section, where there is a footnote about a class of animagi who, in the southern jungles, take the form of certain shadow creatures that the Brazilian ministry refuses to name in print. The footnote says that there has not been such an animagus in Britain in living memory. I would like to know whether there is one now. She paused. She said, "You do not have to answer." He looked at her for a long moment. He thought, she has loved me for 2 years. She is going to keep loving me. She is going to keep loving me whatever I tell her. She is going to be, in time, the person I marry. I have known this for 4 months. She does not know it yet. He thought, I am not going to lie to her about this. I am going to lie to her about a great many small things in our life, because that is what marriages are. I am not going to lie to her about this. He said, very quietly, "Yes, Hermione. There is one." She closed her eyes for a moment. She opened them. She said, "I thought so." She said, "Are you going to be all right?" He said, "I am going to be all right. I am being very careful. The headmaster is helping me. There is no danger to anyone in this school from me." She said, "I know there is not. I know you. I am asking whether you are going to be all right." He thought about that. He said, finally, "Yes, Hermione. I think I am." She nodded, once, very small. She did not, in the way a lesser girl would have, ask him for a demonstration. She did not ask him for the names of his targets. She did not ask him whether the headmaster had given him permission to do what he was doing. She had, as she had said, been thinking about it for a year and a half, and she had, in that time, made all the decisions about it that a girl her age could make alone. She said, "If you ever need to tell me anything else, Harry." He said, "I know, Hermione. Thank you." She picked up her books. She stood up. She paused. She said, "Harry." "Yes. It was you, wasn't it? The third-floor corridor at the end of first year." "Yes." "And the silver instrument." "Yes." "Good," she said. She walked away across the library to the doors. He watched her go. He picked up his quill. He went back to his essay. He had thought, when she had first sat down across from him, that he was going to feel exposed. He had thought that having one more person know what he was would make him smaller. He had been wrong. Having Hermione know had made him, in the small steady place behind his sternum, larger. The cupboard form, in him, watched her cross the library in the small careful patient way it watched all the people Harry loved, and decided, with the long old satisfaction of a thing that had finally found its small corner of the world, that there was nothing about Hermione Granger it intended to ever take away. He turned back to his essay and finished the introduction. Tom came for him at 3 in the morning. He came not, this time, by way of a man with a turban. He came in his own new body, by way of his snake, which had at last been brought up from Albania and through a series of dark continental ports and into England in a long crate marked live fowl. He had restored himself, by the last week of October, to a small thin pale man with red eyes and slits for nostrils, in long black robes, with a wand in his hand that, when Harry first saw it across a clearing in the Forbidden Forest, glowed very faintly with the light Harry's own wand had been told it would glow with when it stood across from its own brother. He came into the forest by the long road behind Hagrid's hut, at 3 in the morning on the 1st of November. Harry, by then, had been up for several hours. He had felt Tom come within a mile of the school. He had felt the small old hum on the man, and the small old hum on the snake at the man's heels, and he had, very quietly, in his bed, in the dark, pulled the cupboard form fully on around himself and gone out under his curtains. He had, before going, written one small careful note. The note said, "He is here. The snake is with him. I am going. Don't follow me into the forest. Wait by the hut. H." He had put the note on the headmaster's blotter on the way down. He had then gone, in the long thin pouring motion he had been practicing for 6 years, out under the front door of the school, across the grounds, over the lawn, around the back of Hagrid's hut, and into the trees. The forest, at 3 in the morning, was not what it was in the day. The forest, at 3 in the morning, was a great old close patient living thing that had been listening to small footsteps for 1,000 years. The forest knew Tom was in it. The forest knew Harry was in it. The forest, very quietly, in the long careful way of an old keeper who has decided to let two pieces of business happen, made a small clear path through itself that led from the back of the hut to a small clearing under a great oak, in which Tom Riddle had set down a small carved silver bowl on the ground and was kneeling, carefully, in the moss, with a long thin wand in his hand and the snake coiled at his feet. Tom was performing a small careful ritual. Harry, on a high branch, hung along the bark and watched. Tom's ritual was not, as Harry had at first feared, a ritual to call others to him. Tom's ritual was a ritual to find Harry. It was a small careful very precise binding ritual, the kind, the headmaster had told Harry over the summer, that one did when one wished to draw out, against its will, a particular kind of hidden creature. It was the kind of ritual the South American Aurors had used, in the 1830s, to draw a Lethifold out of the Amazon canopy and into the open of a courtyard. Tom was looking, this evening, for Harry's other shape. Tom did not yet know it was Harry's other shape. Tom believed it to be a third party. Tom believed it to be a creature in the school's employ. Tom had decided, in his 18 months of slow patient gathering, that the small thin black thing that had taken so many of his old followers, and that had come up out of the air in the corridor on the last night of Harry's first year and had, in some unbearable interior way, looked at him, was a thing the headmaster had recruited, somehow, against the laws of the wild, and had set on him. Tom intended to draw the thing out tonight and kill it. Harry, on the branch, smiled in the small interior way of his cupboard form. He thought, very quietly, "Come on then." He let Tom finish the binding. The binding was a long careful thing. It took nearly half an hour. Harry watched it the whole way through, with the small steady attention of a hunter who has decided to let his prey set the table. At the end of it, Tom stood up. Tom held the small silver bowl out at arm's length. Tom said, in a thin cold smooth voice that filled the clearing the way mist fills a low field, "Come down, then. Whatever you are. Come down." Harry came down. He did not come down at once, and he did not come down slowly. He came down in the long thin pouring motion he had been practicing for 6 years, exactly as Tom expected him to. He came down off the branch, and he came across the clearing, and he came up across the silver bowl, and he came up Tom's outstretched arm, and he came across Tom's face, and he settled, with the soft heavy weight of a sheet, exactly the way he had settled on McNair, on the man in the long black robes at the center of the clearing. Tom screamed. The snake at his feet hissed and reared. Tom's wand came up. Tom's wand fired. The wand fired into Harry's body, and Harry's body, which was not a body in the sense Tom had been firing into for 30 years, did not break. The curse, Avada Kedavra, that Tom had aimed at the center of his face, passed into the cupboard form and was, by the cupboard form, in the long quiet way it took everything, taken. The snake came at him next. The snake reared, and struck, and bit, with its great long fangs, at the place that had been Harry's chest. The fangs went into the cupboard form. The poison went into the cupboard form. Both, by the cupboard form, were taken. Harry, on Tom's body, paused. He let his attention reach down into Tom. He found Tom's dream first. It was not, of course, a sleeping dream. It was the small fast desperate awake dream that men have at the moment they realize that they are dying. It was, for a moment, a corridor. It was, at the end of the corridor, an open door. Beyond the door was a room. The room was a room Harry knew well. The room was a small room with a strip of light falling across the floor from a half-closed door. The room was his cupboard. Tom, in his dream, in his small fast desperate awake dream, was running into the cupboard. Tom, in the dream, was a small thin pale dark-haired boy of about 11 years old, in a thin grey shirt, with no shoes. He was running into the cupboard the way a small boy runs into the only safe place in a house. Harry, in the cupboard form, paused on the body in the clearing. He let himself, for one long quiet moment, look at the boy in the cupboard. He thought, that is what he was. He was a small boy in an orphanage who knew, in his small clever bones, that there was a safe place inside himself, and who went into it, and who never came out again, and who decided, when no kind person ever came to fetch him out of it, that the safe place was his real self, and the world was the cupboard, and he was the dark in the cupboard, and the dark was going to live forever. He thought, very quietly, that is what I almost was. He thought, but I had Mrs. Fig. He thought, I had Hagrid. He thought, I had the headmaster, in the end, at last, who, even when he had been wrong the way an old man is wrong who is trying to do good. He thought, I had Ron, in the dormitory. He thought, I had Hermione, by the lake. He thought, with a small clean steady decision, I am going to take you, now, Tom, but I am going to take you with the boy in the cupboard in mind, because it is part of what makes you a man worth taking that you have someone in there who would have been hurt if anyone had ever bothered to see him, and I have decided to take you anyway, and I have decided to feel that in me. He took. The taking was not, this time, gentle. Tom fought him. Tom fought him in the dream. Tom fought him in the body. Tom fought him, by the strange small backward door that Horcruxes left in a man. In every other place a piece of him had ever been hidden, all of which were, by then, in Harry. Tom tried, briefly, to come up through Harry from inside, on the small half-imagined road of an old soul anchor that had not been there since Harry was 11. Tom found nothing. Tom found that the road had, since the spring of Harry's first year, been very gently, very patiently, paved over by the cupboard form, with the soft small careful neatness with which a thing like Harry's other shape paves over everything that does not belong in him. Tom, in the clearing, in his new body, sank into the moss with the small final stillness of a man who had at last, after a great many years of refusing to, finished. The snake fell beside him, half a moment later, with a small quiet hiss. Harry hung above them both for a long quiet moment. He felt, at first, a great tide of new knowledge, the way he had felt with McNair, the way he had felt with each of the others, only on a much greater scale. He had Tom Riddle's whole life in him now. He had every memory. He had every plan. He had the names of every man and woman who had ever served him. He had the small private knowledge, which Tom himself had not, by the end, allowed himself to know, of every place it had hurt to be Tom and of every kindness Tom had refused. He felt, second, the quiet steady satisfied warmth he was now used to. He felt, third, the small clean cold sadness he was also now used to. He felt, fourth, a thing he had not felt before. He felt, very faintly, in the place behind his sternum, a small new lightness, as if a weight he had not, until that moment, known he was carrying had been at last laid down. He had not, until that moment, understood that he had been carrying any of Tom and himself for all of these years. He had thought he had drained that piece long ago. He had been almost right. He had, in fact, drained the part that did the magic. He had not drained the small dim weight of having ever, even briefly, been a small interior cousin to the boy in the cupboard at the orphanage. That weight was gone now. He hung above the bodies in the clearing for a long moment. He looked, with whatever passed for eyes in him, at Tom Riddle's small pale finished face. He thought, I will remember you, too. I will remember the boy in the cupboard. I will remember the corridor. Then he flowed off the body. He flowed back through the trees. He flowed across the lawn. He flowed up the path to Hagrid's hut, where the headmaster, in his long dark traveling cloak, was standing very still in the doorway with one hand on the lintel and the other hand around a small silver casket, and where Hagrid, behind him, was holding a great pink umbrella in both hands like a man holding a sword. The headmaster did not speak when Harry came up. The headmaster only opened the lid of the silver casket, and held it out, very gently, the way a man holds out a cup of tea to a friend who has been out in the rain. Harry put the small new piece of Tom Riddle into the silver casket. The headmaster closed the lid. The headmaster said, very softly, 7. Harry said, in the small interior cupboard voice that was, by now, both his and not quite his, 7. The headmaster said, come in, Harry. Come and sit by the fire. Hagrid will make tea. Harry, on the path, came back into himself. It was, this time, very gentle. He had been practicing the change for 6 years. He had been practicing, in particular, since the cottage in Cornwall, the very careful slow change that allowed him to come back into the boy without losing any of the small memory of the cupboard form, and to come into the cupboard form without losing any of the boy. He came back, this morning, in one long gentle sweep, and he was a small thin 13-year-old boy in his pajamas in the path outside Hagrid's hut at 3 in the morning, with a small tired serious face and a great deal of moss on the soles of his bare feet. Hagrid, in the doorway, looked at him with both hands still on the umbrella, and said, in a thick slow voice, Harry. Hagrid, Harry said. He let himself, for the first time in 3 years, smile at Hagrid in a way that was entirely a smile. I would like a cup of tea, please. Hagrid burst into tears. He put the umbrella down. He picked Harry up off the path, in one of his great hands, the way a man picks up a small cat. He carried Harry into the hut. He set Harry down in the great chair by the fire. He went to the kettle. He could not, for a long moment, do anything with the kettle. The headmaster, at the door, said, very gently, sit down, Hagrid. I will see to the tea. Hagrid sat down. The headmaster made the tea. They sat in the hut for a long quiet time, the 3 of them, with the fire low and the kettle on the hob and the small silver casket on the corner of the table, and outside in the forest the body of a thin pale man in long black robes lay quiet on the moss, with a great snake quiet beside it, and the trees stood patient over both, and the small clear path the forest had made through itself an hour ago closed, very gently, again behind them. In the morning the headmaster, with his own hands and Hagrid's, would gather the body in the forest and the body of the snake, and they would, in a small private ceremony nobody else would attend, burn both, and they would scatter the ashes of one into the lake and the ashes of the other into the small bone-meal floor of a chamber under the school. The 7 small old physical objects in the silver casket would, with the headmaster's own hands, in the long quiet weeks of November, be put one by one into the fire of the office hearth, and the small dim hum of each would, one by one, go out, until at last there was nothing left in the casket but a small piece of red velvet and 3 small silk loops, and the casket itself was empty, and the office was, for the first time in many years, quiet. The Daily Prophet, in the days that followed, would carry, on its front page, a small careful obituary for a long-feared dark wizard whose body had, the obituary said, been at last identified by the headmaster of Hogwarts in a small wood in Scotland, and whose death the obituary said had been caused, as nearly as the Auror office could determine, by a curse that had been turned, somehow, back upon him by the boy he had once tried to kill. The Daily Prophet did not print the word Lethifold. The Daily Prophet, on the careful private advice of the headmaster of Hogwarts, would never, in any subsequent issue of any subsequent year, print the word Lethifold in connection with the name of Harry Potter. The Auror office, in a small thin file on the 3rd floor, would close the file marked suspected pattern without ever, in writing, identifying the boy at the center of it. The Auror office had decided, after a long quiet conversation between Alastor Moody and the headmaster on the morning after the burning, that some patterns were better left unwritten in the official record. Alastor Moody had said, at the end of the conversation, I want to meet him, Albus. When he is older. When he is at school no more. I want to talk to him about how he learned. I am too old to do my own work much longer. There are things, in this world, I have not been able to take. I would like, if you can spare him, to teach him what to do with them. The headmaster had said, I will ask him, Alastor. Moody had inclined his head. He had said, he will say yes. The headmaster had said, I think he will. In a small careful drawer in the headmaster's desk, behind the empty silver casket, a thin blue ledger lay closed. The ledger had, in the long quiet pages of its first half, the names of 7 small old Tom Riddle Horcruxes and the date and method of their destruction. The ledger had, in its later pages, in a small careful list begun in a different hand, the first 8 names of a long quiet new register that the boy and the old man had, over a slow patient summer between Harry's 3rd and 4th years, begun to keep together, the names of certain other men and women in the wizarding world whose continued presence in it the old man and the boy had, with great care, agreed upon. The ledger was not, in any official sense, kept by the school. The ledger was kept by 2 private citizens. The ledger had, on its first page, in the boy's small careful hand, a single small line of black ink that the old man had asked him to write at the very beginning, before they had begun to add any names, as a small reminder to themselves. The line said, "Remember the brother in the front bedroom." In the 3rd year and the 4th year and the 5th year, the boy at the center of the clearing, and at the center of the blue ledger, and at the center of the small private quiet alliance with the old man at the top of the school, grew taller, and grew leaner, and grew, in the small steady way of certain rare boys, into a kind of careful man that the wizarding world had not, in its public surface, ever quite seen before. He played Quidditch. He won the cup. He made head boy, in his 7th year, by a narrow vote of his teachers in which Snape had abstained, with a small dry interior smile that nobody but he himself knew about. He took, in his 7th year, with one of his last small private nights of work, the witch in Wales who had been the last name on the first page of the second half of the blue ledger. He took her, very gently, in her own bed, with great care. He did not, after that, take anyone else. He sat in the headmaster's office, on the morning of the day after his graduation, and he handed the headmaster the small black quill with which he had been writing in the blue ledger for 4 years. He said, "I would like to stop now, sir." The headmaster said, "I had hoped you would, Harry." He took the quill. Harry walked out of the office, down the long stone stair, out across the lawn, into the train station at Hogsmeade, and onto a small private train that the headmaster had, with great care, arranged. The train carried him south. The train carried him, in the warm bright June afternoon, into a London he had become, in the long careful way of his life, very nearly fond of. He took up rooms in a small house on a small quiet street in a small old part of London, where his neighbors did not know his name. He worked, for the next 10 years, very quietly, with the headmaster's blessing and with the Auror offices, on a small private register of work that had nothing, in its surface, to do with the killing of men. He married Hermione Granger in his 23rd year. They had 2 children, a boy and a girl. He named the boy Albus. He named the girl Lily. He took both children, in their separate 7th years, very carefully aside, on long quiet walks, and he told them about the cupboard. He did not, after the day in the forest, ever take another life. He went back to Privet Drive once, in his 40th year, in the company of his daughter, who had been curious. He stood at the foot of the front garden, with his hand on the gate, and he looked at the little dark window of what had been his cupboard, which was now, the new owners had told them at the door, a coat closet, and he thought of the rusted nail. He thought of the boy who had pulled himself, on the night when he had been 7, into a long thin dark shape on a cupboard floor, and who had thought, with a fierce small clear interior voice, "When I am ready, no door in this world will be closed to me." He thought, with the small steady warm voice of a man who had at last, in his own life, made some kind of peace with his own closed doors, "Well, we were right. We were right about that." He turned away from the gate. He took his daughter's hand. They walked down Privet Drive, in the bright spring sun, to where a black taxi was waiting for them at the corner. In the cupboard under the stairs at number 4 Privet Drive, the new owners were drying a great many wet umbrellas. Under the door, very thin and very quiet, no shadow moved. The boy who had, on a long-ago summer night in that small space, become 2 things at once, had become, at long last, in the warm spring afternoon 33 years later, only one. He had, by his own decision, kept both. He had, by his own work, kept the boy. And the cupboard form, in the long quiet drawer behind his sternum, where it had lived in him all his life, as a soldier lives in a man who has come home from a war, lay quiet, and watched the wet umbrellas through the windows of an old house with a small interested professional eye, and was, by the soft small interior way it had with all such things, content. Chapter 7 End.